morning, everyone. This is the testing. Can you hear me? I would like to check if online participant can hear me. This is just the testing section. Please let me know if the audio is okay from your side. Hi, Mr. Cassis. Can you hear me?
Check, 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 1, 2, check. Check, check.
there are specifics that you like No. That's okay. Okay. Yeah. Try it. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week opening session. This is a hybrid session, so I'd just like to remind all of our friends online to keep their microphones on mute. But I hope you feel very warm welcome today in this room in Bangkok. I'd like to request Ms. Amida Salsia Alice Shahabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP and Under Secretary for the United Nations, to provide us with her opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Very good morning. First of all, I would like to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Nassim, who I understand is connecting online, yeah? A Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology of Maldives. Distinguished participants, panelists, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure to open the 4th ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week, which aptly focuses on the imperative of transformative adaptation for disaster and climate resilience. And again, yeah, of course, we will after this opening remarks, we will have the launch of ESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal. Yeah. Again, as the world, veering towards 1.5 and even 2 degrees of warming, we are falling behind in understanding how to adapt and respond in a risk-informed manner to escalating the various disasters. We, not only read from the media or following from the media, such as floods, prolonged droughts, heat waves, intensified cyclones, as well as rapid sea level rise. In this context, the ESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal, which will be launched soon as part of this disaster week, emerges as a useful knowledge tool for policymakers. Although we launched the portal, I think we will relaunch with a new initiative. We launched the portal 2 years ago, 2021, to gain crucial insight into key risks facing our region. It has enabled us to identify the location of risk, quantify potential losses, and develop adaptive strategies. So in its 2nd generation, so therefore we relaunch the portal. The portal offers an updated solution package equipped with cutting-edge tools and information that show how countries will be affected by 1.5 and 2 degrees of warming. So the portal will be able to provide a sort of simulation. Yeah. So drawing from the latest in IPCC climate science, the effects are shown by multiple sectors at the regional, sub-regional, as well as national level, even also at sub-national levels in a few selected countries. It has produced climate risk profiles for 55 countries in our region. It is also customized to support risk-informed policy actions Just to give an example here, what is the potential effect of climate change on a country, for example, economy or GDP? What is the cost of adaptation? Where are the risk hotspots based on the various risk profile or risk hotspot profiles? How can adaptation and resilience interventions contribute to SDG as well as the Sendai targets? Furthermore, the portal can be applied in a variety of contexts. This includes transboundary river basin hazards, as well as the intersection of the Pacific Ring of Fire with climate risk hotspot. It captures the geographies of intensifying and expanding risks across the region, and thus provides an evidence base to strengthen existing and build new cooperation mechanism. As risks outpace resilience, data-driven decision-making and strategic foresight are key for transformative adaptation. So therefore, it is high time for collaborative action and for investment that will shape a brighter tomorrow. I mean, of course, for better adaptation, to build a future of resilience, sustainability, and of course, shared prosperity. So I wish you all the best in your deliberation, and also looking forward to seeing all of you this week, and tomorrow we will start the DRR committee session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alice Jahabana. It's now my honor to request Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Nassim, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology for Maldives, to provide a keynote speech. Her Excellency has provided a video on this occasion. Thank you.
The Maldives is among the most vulnerable countries in the world with respect to impacts of climate change and disasters. The Maldives is regularly exposed to meteorological hazards such as droughts, storms, monsoonal heavy rains, cyclones, tidal swells, and coastal erosion, most of which has transboundary origin. This affects every aspect of the island's socio-economic development and serves as a significant barrier to the timely achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Working in partnership with ESCAP, Maldives has been supported through the SDG-funded joint project, which aims to integrate disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs. The identification of risk hotspots for flood, drought, cyclone, and sea level rise due to climate change and its impact integrated with the demography, land use, and infrastructure information has been developed at the island and atoll level under this project. This will enable our policy decisions to strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards, help in enhancing infrastructure resilience and emergency response at the atoll and island level, and integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. The impact analysis based on short-term weather forecast has been carried out for efficient and targeted response services. The ESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal gives access to the decision support system based on the contextual analysis of these hazards, risk, vulnerability, and socio-economic information specific to the Maldives context. After the recent implementation of the Decentralization Act, which allows local councils at the island level and powers and responsibilities for administrative governance, the data and the tools developed at the atoll and island level will empower the decision makers to take sustainable development plans and policy decisions. The embedded planning tools and guidelines for climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction in the portal will help to integrate the disaster and climate risks into a unified planning document, ensure that public policies take into account the needs of the most vulnerable, assist local councils to implement island-level disaster management plans and vulnerability assessments, prioritize climate and disaster resilience, and strengthen coordination across institutions. This will accelerate our achievements of multiple targets of the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As you may know, as you've already heard, in 2021, ESCAP launched the Asia Pacific Risk and Resilience Portal. Now, today, you are very privileged to be with us as we launch the second generation of this Risk and Resilience Portal. So I would like to request for this launch video to be played. Thank you.
Policymakers face a critical dilemma as the world warms rapidly. Urgent adaptation measures are lagging, requiring sustainable solutions. The second generation of the ESCAP Risk and Resilience Portal tackles this challenge by offering precise insights into the region's future using IPCC-assessed scenarios and CMIP6 data. It assesses changing hazard risks and their impacts under 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius warming. The Asia-Pacific region is so diverse. Let us begin by taking the perspective of a small island developing state. Using the portal's new features, countries like Papua New Guinea can assess areas at risk and compare the population at risk to tropical cyclones in different scenarios. What about an LDC mountain country like Bhutan or Nepal, where hydropower is so important? The portal can inform policymakers from Bhutan and Nepal on the shifting heatwave hazards and their impact on energy capacity, enabling informed decisions for resilient hydropower infrastructure. The portal can also aid middle-income countries like Indonesia by mapping vulnerabilities and analyzing data for overlapping seismic and climate hazards, and identify future population and economic vulnerabilities to the intersecting risks. In Central Asia, countries like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan are facing the impact of slow onset disasters. The portal assists policymakers in navigating and directing investment towards critical infrastructure and vulnerable populations in need. The portal's new SDG Action Tracker enables countries to assess their progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals in disaster and climate resilience. By analyzing social, economic, and environmental indicators, countries can align their national adaptation plans with SDG targets and enhance their resilience efforts. The portal shows what the adaptation costs will be and what to prioritize. As we unveil the second generation of the Asia-Pacific Risk and Resilience Portal, we urge countries throughout the region to seize the moment and harness the platform's capabilities to protect their people and economies. The gateway to a more resilient future is right at your fingertips.
Now I'd like to invite Ms. Madhurima Sakar-Swaisgood, Economic Affairs Officer of ESCAP, to give a brief presentation for us all on the new products on offer for 2.0 of the Risk and Resilience Portal.
Can we put this in slide mode, please? Thank you. Good morning, distinguished participants and colleagues. I really want to thank you for coming to our opening of the ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week and the launch of the portal. I know it's early, so really thank you very much for coming. It is my privilege to present the ESCAP's updated Risk and Resilience Portal. We really hope that these new tools and features will help countries in navigating disaster and climate issues today, tomorrow, and in the future. So, as you may have already known, the Risk and Resilience Portal provides actionable usage and user-friendly information for the Asia-Pacific region. It is really a one-stop shop to ensure that the vast array of scientific information on hazards, climate change, social, economic, and demographic data can be used by policymakers to make efficient, risk-informed decisions that span across multiple sectors. So, what was our motivation behind the update of the portal? It is really to support countries in the Asia-Pacific region translate and effectively translate the global climate models into actionable regional disaster and climate strategies. Our goal is really to provide policymakers and stakeholders with comprehensive tool to visualize how climate risks could affect the region's economic, social, and environment sectors, as well as their progress towards the SDGs. So let's start with what's new. What are the new features? First, we have upgraded all climate scenarios to the latest CMIP6 data at baseline 1.5 and 2 degrees. And with this, stakeholders can not only see the shifts in temperature and precipitation, but also really visualize how these changes translate into the shifting risks of floods, drought, heat waves, and tropical cyclones for their subregions. So using our methodology, we also identify areas of intersections of multiple climate hazards where it presents the most significant risks, truly to give a multi-hazard risk profile for the region. So with access to comprehensive IPCC climate data coupled with socioeconomic and environment data, the portal can support the evidence base for transboundary cooperation. So as you can see in the Pacific, for example, the portal can be an asset in supporting strategies like the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. And here you can see how the analytics can aid in identifying communities that require the most investment to build resilience against current and future climate impacts. In ASEAN, for example, the portal can support the regional plan of action for drought. By leveraging the analytics, the portal shows what the future impacts of drought on agriculture, for example, can be. So how much of the agricultural value across ASEAN countries will be exposed under 1.5 or 2 degree warming? So we can start now to develop the proactive adaptation strategies to safeguard food security and well-being of communities that are dependent on agriculture in the region. Among SAARC countries, the portal can facilitate and enhance collaboration, particularly in addressing the shared challenges for transboundary hazards, such as floods in the river basins or heat waves under warming scenarios, and look at their impact on critical sectors such as infrastructure. By pinpointing where infrastructure is most vulnerable in the future, the portal can help SAARC nations identify critical regions for cooperation on resilience building. So another new feature of our portal is the country level zoom. Now you can zoom into each country to identify the hotspots where key adaptation measures like early warning systems, for example, are needed or need to be strengthened. The interactive nature of the portal allows users to zoom into countries and actively engage with the charts and data. For example, on your right-hand side, you see Armenia, and this is in the compare mode of the portal. You can zoom into the country, look at where infrastructure like hospitals or education facilities, for example, are the most exposed to risks under the various climate change scenarios. You can add the country to the chart and see where the country falls under exposure in their region as well. And this personalized approach can really enable policymakers to assess their country's specific vulnerabilities and prioritize disaster and climate resilience strategies. And as Her Excellency, Ms. Khadija Naseem mentioned, the portal also introduces a few key new tools. The first really addresses a critical issue faced by smaller SIDS countries, and which is these countries often get left behind in the climate data analytics due to the coarse nature of the global models. The IPCC model, for example, is 100 by 100 kilometer resolution. So as a solution, we have worked in partnership with IGES to downscale these models to a 5 by 5 resolution for Maldives at their request. So the portal now provides a lot more nuanced insights for Maldives' future. And as you can see here, the downscale model shows that despite the current scenario, which is on your left, appearing relatively hazard-free, under the 2-degree scenario, Maldives will be heavily impacted by sea level rise. And this has significant implications for infrastructure resilience for the future 50 to 100 years, as well as population resilience. So these analytics can help small countries like Maldives and others to make more targeted adaptive strategies for the future. The second new tool that is on the portal is our SDG Action Tracker. So this tool leverages data from the ESCAP SDG Gateway to monitor disaster and climate resilience SDGs. The dynamically updated SDG Action Tracker shows each country's progress in achieving disaster and climate-related SDGs, including the SDGs that are under review in 2024, such as SDG 1, 2, and 13. By combining this SDG Action Tracker with the portal's risk analytics, countries can now make informed decisions in crafting their disaster risk reduction strategies and their national adaptation plans, and then can monitor how efficient implementation of these strategies today can impact SDG achievement in the next 5 to 7 years. So in my sort of concluding seconds, I would also like to quickly look at what is coming in the future. Building really on our commitment to innovation and trying to harness the power of AI, we're developing a comprehensive tool powered by machine learning to offer tailored recommendations on adaptation measures based on real-world case studies. So by analyzing your area's unique risk profile from the portal, we align it with successful adaptation practices worldwide. And this personalized approach can ensure that adaptation strategies are not only data-driven, but also context-specific and addresses the unique challenges and opportunities of each area. A demonstration of this tool will be held on July 27th in our Spotlight Session 4 at the ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week. And we really invite all participants here to look at the prototype and provide feedback as well. So thank you very much. And we really look forward to your feedback on the features, as well as the tools of the portal during this week and in the coming days. And we're here to answer any questions or comments that you might have. So please feel free to get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Madarima. As we move on now to our moderated discussion, I might just ask some of our colleagues to be welcome to move forward, maybe into this corner as well. I also recognize that we have Director Dr. Stander here in the room from WMO Geneva. If you want to come, there's a seat at the front here as well. But I'll also invite our panelists to join the head table this morning, and a couple of seats might also open up. As we just shuffle around the room, also recognize our colleagues online. Thank you for joining us. We'll also have some panelists joining virtually, so please do turn on your video cameras for us to welcome you as well. There is just one more seat up the front here as well. Apologies, colleagues, for just the 1 minute delay, trying to rearrange some of our seats. Thank you for your patience. There's a seat just at the front here. Welcome, sir. And now I'd like to request our moderator for this session to introduce our panelists and take over the floor. Thank you to Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, who we all know very well, the Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Section of ESCAP. The floor is yours. And please, colleagues, there are a couple more spaces here. If you need a seat, our colleagues who will be able to help show you to one. Sanjay, over to you.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, colleagues. It's my privilege to moderate this important session. Your feedback on the portal will be a great learning for us. So the first in among the panel members is Mr. Chimi Dorji, Senior Program Officer. Chimi, you are here. Okay, thank you. The second in the list is Valentina, Advisor. Valentina is online. Thank you, Valentina. Then the third is Mr. Dalai, Senior Advisor, NIMA. Okay, so nice to see you, Dalai. Bipin Prakash, Senior Climatologist, Fiji. Hello, Bipin. Here. Then we have Nagun N. Song, our friend, Senior Advisor, Center, right. Ankur Srivastava, Research Officer, SARC Disaster Management Center. You are online. Thank you, Ankur. So, thank you. I would like to start the moderated discussions by inviting Mr. Chimi Dorji, Senior Program Officer, to provide insight on some successful initiatives that Bhutan has taken to enhance disaster preparedness and response capabilities for increased climate resilience. Chimi.
Thank you, Sanjay sir, for this wonderful opportunity. Distinguished delegates, very good morning to you all. I would like to extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to ESCAP for organizing this very important session. Indeed, it is being convened at the most appropriate time here in Bangkok, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present some of Bhutan's successful initiatives that it has taken to enhance disaster preparedness and response capabilities for increased climate resilience with you all at this crucial summit, which comes at the perfect time. On behalf of the Department of Local Governance and Disaster Management, please accept my sincere gratitude for holding this event. Bhutan is located in a region of the world that is among the most seismically active in the young Himalayas. As oral histories would tell, Bhutan has experienced a major earthquake some 300 years ago with over 200 aftershocks of a similar magnitude. Bhutan also witnessed events of glacial lake outburst floods and loss of lives caused by accelerated retreat of glaciers. And for your information, Bhutan is home to over 2,600 glacial lakes, out of which 17 are considered to be potentially dangerous. Bhutan is susceptible to a number of seasonal dangers like windstorm, landslides, flash floods, and forest fires. The seasonal dangers are further impacted by climate change and global warming, whereby experiencing a rise in frequency and severity of extreme weather occurrences. Based on our experiences to date, I am happy to share with the distinguished delegates and participants that Bhutan has been able to make significant progress in the areas of disaster preparedness and response. Much has been achieved in terms of disaster risk reduction policies and legislation and regulatory environment, and the COVID-19 pandemic has further taught the importance of preparedness. By saying so, I do not mean to say that we have everything in place, but we have a lot to achieve. Article 5, Section 3 of Bhutan's constitution stipulates that the government shall ensure that in order to conserve the country's natural resources and to prevent degradation of the ecosystem, a minimum of 60% of Bhutan's total land shall be maintained under forest cover for all time. Currently, 75% of Bhutan's land area is covered by forest, and the country is already carbon negative, absorbing more climate changing emissions each year than it produces. The studies confirmed that the forests of the thinly populated country of less than 1 million people absorb more than 9 million tons of carbon each year. The country's economy that is designed to reduce fossil fuel use and waste produces less than 4 tons. Given that the nation is vulnerable to a multitude of natural and man-made disasters, the government identified carbon neutrality and climate and disaster resilience and sustainable human settlements as 2 of the 17 national important outcome area of its 12th five-year plan, which runs from 2018 to 2023. The commitment is an attempt to improve comprehension of the risks associated with catastrophes as well as disaster preparedness and response. Additionally, it strives to create trustworthy weather, water, and climate service, as well as mainstream strategies to lessen vulnerability to disasters and enhance the performance of municipal services. Several studies were undertaken to understand disaster risks of the country. For instance, as recommended by these studies, Bhutan has worked to lower the risks of glacial lake outflows and already installed early warning systems across the Gulf risks river basins with extensive awareness and education for vulnerable communities. Likewise, extensive geophysical studies were also being conducted to confirm the fault lines and dangers of seismic activities in the country, and seismic stations have been installed to provide information on the location, magnitude, and behavior of earthquake epicenters. The macro hazard and risk map for Bhutan was published to display the findings of probabilistic seismic hazard and quantify risks, results, and risk analysis to update building codes for Bhutan. At the national level, to have a coordinated response during emergencies, a common disaster governance structure called the National Disaster Response and Coordination Mechanism has been institutionalized. By way of a clear standard operating procedures, all relevant agencies, stakeholders under the governance structure will come together in providing response in times of a disaster. Similarly, at the sub-national levels, we have incident management teams for disaster response, which is adapted from the US-based system called the Incident Command System. Governed by the Disaster Management Act of Bhutan 2013, Bhutan has also instituted an inter-ministerial task force and technical working groups to provide technical backstopping in the areas of DRR. Key government agencies, ministries, institutions, and key agencies now have their own disaster management and contingency plans. We have scaled up this to the national level, and we now have a national disaster management and contingency plan. Considering that risks and vulnerability data are critical to any development planning, a web-based decision support system called the Multi-Hazard Risk Decision Support System, which will be one-stop information hub for hydromet and geophysical data, has also been developed. For effective search and rescue services, the construction of National Search and Rescue Training Center is making progress and is expected to be complete in a few months' time. As of date, more than 300 responders have been trained on search and rescue operations that involved volunteers, police, armed forces, foresters, civil aviation, and from the Land Commission. We also continue to conduct multi-hazard simulation exercise and awareness raising programs to enhance disaster preparedness and response capabilities. As such, we have prioritized a multi-indicator social vulnerability assessment to provide targeted interventions for disaster vulnerable communities. We are also in dialogue to initiate a project on enhancing infrastructure resilience through strengthened governance with technical and financial support from the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office and Office of the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure. The project will assess the performance of critical infrastructures and develop a risk reduction governance framework for all critical infrastructures. To supplement the existing legal and policy guidelines for DRR in the country, we have come up with a draft DRR roadmap for the period 2023 to 2026. It is aimed in taking stock of Bhutan's vulnerability to different natural hazards and its preparedness level, looking at early warning systems, risk-based decision support systems, and response planning. Last but not the least, further progressing in the draft 13th Five-Year Plan under outcome 1, security and territorial integrity and economic progress. One of the key outputs is also to enhance disaster risk governance and institutional capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorji. And if I remember correctly, we have a plan to customize this portal applications in Bhutan. Particularly, I think this meeting is going to start very soon. So we are looking forward to collaboration with Bhutan, customize this portal in many of the initiatives that you have taken up. So thank you very much for coming all the way. We will take this work forward.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Thank you so much.
Now the next is Valentina from Armenia. Could you share some successful examples from Armenia on strengthening national climate services, particularly hazard trend monitoring and effective early warning system? Valentina, over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, respected colleagues. Let me first of all to greet participants of the Disaster Resilience Week on behalf of Armenian delegation. It is a great pleasure for me to be invited at the event. I express my gratitude for participation, even in the online format. And it is a great opportunity to represent Hydrometeorological and Monitoring Center of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Armenia. I will ask to share my presentation. Colleagues. Somebody from the...
Valentina, we are trying.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, through this short presentation, I will try to present how the strengthening national climate services, improving climate monitoring and forecasting can play an essential role in building resilience against climate risk and hazards by providing timely information, fostering hazard trend monitoring and early warning system, and we can enhance our preparedness response, ultimately protection livelihoods and ecosystem. I will also highlight some successful examples from Armenia, showcasing how progress in this area can positively impact communities and the environment. Please, next slide. Once more. Next one. Okay. So the national climate services play an essential role in monitoring, collecting, and forecasting climate and related data through extensive network of weather stations, satellites, and advanced technologies. These services continuously observe and analyze various climate parameters. This comparable data collection process enables to identify weather patterns, shifting climate trends, and detection of potential climate-related hazards. Using advanced weather models and computational tools, National Climate Service can generate accurate and reliable climate forecasts. This forecast covers short-term weather forecasting, seasonal forecast, long-term climate forecasting. Such information is very valuable for understanding climate dynamic prediction, extreme weather events, and preparing for potential climate-related risk. Next slide, please. The next one. Okay. So information provided by National climate services are foundation for disaster risk reduction and climate resistance support. Timely and precise climate data enable decision maker, governmental agencies, community to develop proactive strategies to mitigate the impact of weather-related hazard. National climate services contribute to effective disaster risk reduction by ensuring early warning and advisory, and this early warning serve as vital tool to minimize potential losses of life and property. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is a key component of the effective early warning system. Because of limited time, I will go directly to the successful stories from Armenia. Please, next slide. Yes, thank you. So Armenia being a land-located country in the South Caucasus region is vulnerable to various climate-related hazards, including extreme weather events, earthquake, landslide. Over the years, the country has taken steps to strengthen its climate services and disaster risk reduction strategies. Armenian government is well aware that the formation and development of efficient disaster and hazard risk management system in the country with involvement of all sectors of the economy and broad section of the public is a more important factor for ensuring the country development. The main organization which is responsible for the climate service in Armenia is the Hydrometeorology and Monitoring Center, which belongs to the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Armenia. And it is responsible not only for the hydrometeorological monitoring, but also for the environment one. The main activities, as successful we can present as a sample, is of course collaboration with international partners, thanks to which Armenia has established a state-of-art automatic weather monitoring network equipped with modern meteorological instruments. And of course, one of the main success is a capacity building, not only by support of the international partners, but also government of Armenia also supported enhancing of the skills of the personnel involved in the climate services and disaster response. Next slide, please. Yes. Public awareness is one of the visible success, which is very visible with the public. The government of Armenia undertake initiative to raise public awareness about climate change and disaster preparednesses. These efforts aim to show the citizen about the potential hazard and the importance of the early warning system. Disaster risk reduction strategy are very important. And as I mentioned, international cooperation with support of WMO, World Bank, with the RIMES, there was conducted some very important initiative like National Framework for Climate Services, conducted seasonal forums. Next slide, please. Yeah, with support of the Japan government, recently we implemented very interesting project related to the strengthening national service for weather forecast and hydrometeorological monitoring. Our meteorological observation network was automated by automated weather station. And the most important things and success of this project is creating unified information management system and cell phone application, which will be used for the early warning and for the alerts. Also, satellite monitoring and scientific research capabilities of the service was upgraded, and at the end of the year, we will get appropriate information from the new generation satellite system. Next slide, please. And the next. Also, we are as a piloting country. Next slide, please. Yeah, as a piloting country, we also was customizing this project and the risk resistance portal, as Matu presenting a few minutes ago, Armenia also presenting. It's also very interested and successful story, especially for the adaptation plans and information to the adaptation priority for the resilience. Next slide, please. Yeah, of course, beside of some successful stories, there is a lot of challenges which we face. It's related to the limited resources. Our weakest point is absence of the radar network, which is very important for the nowcasting and for the dangerous hydrometeorological phenomena forecasting. The numerical weather productability is our weakness point. And what would like to make attention to the importance to have multi-hazard early warning system, which is need to be established, and it is can be done with support of international community. The important part is international regional cooperation, and we are very interested in the engagement as a pilot country in global initiative like early warning for all. Armenia would like to join to this initiative, and appropriate statement was done during the COP in Sharm el Sheikh. And in case of the enhancing of early warning system, it will be very easy for country to be ready for the disaster and to reduce disaster risks. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. And the main recommendation for improving disaster and climate reasons for all countries are, of course, it is very important to invest in climate services, to enhance early warning system, to promote public awareness, integrate science and policy, which is foster collaboration between scientists, public makers, local communities, align with climate data, with effective decision maker, build adaptive infrastructure, support community resistance, and promote, of course, international cooperation. Collaborative efforts with global partners are important to share knowledge, resources, and best practice for climate resistance. By adopting all these efforts, we can build resilient society, effectively respond to climate risk, and ensure a sustainable and secure future for all. However, challenges remain, and the way forward requires collective actions, of course. Enhancing climate services is not just a initial pursuit, it's investment in our future. Each step we take towards strengthening climate service is try toward a safer, more resilient world. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Valentina. Thank you for showcasing a really good success story from Armenia. When we were configuring this portal, something customized to the needs and aspiration of member country, many of the insight came from Armenia and Bhutan, the country which are one of the most exposed to the seismic risk, now getting exposed to the climate risk. So in this kind of risk scenario, compounding and complex risk scenario, what could be the potential solution? I am very happy that Bhutan and Armenia are part of this initiative. We will be taking this work forward. So thank you, Valentina. Thank you for sharing the success story. The next is Dalai, and we would like to invite Dalai's senior advisor, Nima, to give increasing impact of climate warming and slow onset disaster in Mongolia. Could you share some successful examples of adaptation strategy that are being adopted in Mongolia? Please, Dalai, over to you.
Okay. Could we share the presentation? Okay. Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I extend warm greetings to all of you gathered here today. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific for providing me the opportunity to share my country experience in the opening session. Okay. Mongolia is the landlocked country covering an area of 1.5 million square kilometers located on the North Central Asia. The population is over just only 3 million. The climate is extremely continental with 4 different seasons. Next slide, please. Okay. The agriculture sector is the second largest economic pillar of the country after the mining sector. The contribution of the livestock sector to agriculture GDP is about 90%. Around 30% of the workforce is directly dependent on the livestock sector. Next slide, please. The number of natural and human-induced hazards, events, and incidents occurring in Mongolia has not decreased significantly compared to 2022 and 2008. In particular, climate-related phenomena have increased 2.9 times in the last years. In regard to future trends of disaster risk, potential hazards are likely to increase by climate change. Climate change has intensified over the past 80 years in Mongolia, with the average air temperature increasing by 2.25 degrees Celsius, which is twice the global average. More than 3/4 of the territory of the country is subject to desertification to some extent, and half of the total area is already classified as heavily desertified. And that's why the Mongolia launched a national campaign initiated by the President of the Mongolia in 2021 to plant 1 billion trees by 2030 to combat desertification and degradation and also adapt to climate change. We also hope that the trees can decrease the source of yellow sand and dust storm. Okay. In addition, Mongolia highly experienced natural disasters, including drought, flood, forest and steppe fires, and extreme cold, which are considered major slow-onset disasters. Due to global warming, climate change, and ecological degradation, the frequency and intensity of disasters have dramatically increased and made the cascading and compounding impacts on socioeconomic sustainable development. Okay, therefore, Mongolia takes into account the synergy of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in national development policy. Next slide, please. So I would like to highlight here national policy and programs on disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. One of the 9 objectives of the Vision 2050, Mongolia's long-term development policy, which was approved by Parliament of Mongolia 2020, is the strengthen adaptation and resilience to climate change and reduce potential risks. Moreover, activities are noted as adopt and implement national program on climate change adaptation, study and develop climate change risk insurance system, and enhance early warning capacity for natural and weather disasters. And last one is establish and develop a joint public-private national green financial system to finance environmentally friendly green projects and activities. We consider that activities of climate change adaptation will reduce the exposure and risk of vulnerable sectors while strengthening adaptive capacity. Mongolia also has a disaster risk reduction specific program and strategy. One of them is the National Program of Community Participatory Disaster Risk Reduction. The program will be implemented in 2025. Another one is National Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy, which is named the medium-term strategy for the implementation of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction in Mongolia. The strategy will be implemented in 2030. And the programs and the strategy are implemented under the aims of integration of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation to ensure sustainable development at the national and local levels. Next slide, please. Dear participants, as I mentioned, Mongolia identifies climate change adaptation in the national long-term development policy by allowing global needs based on climate change and also sectoral disaster risk assessment, including agriculture, health, infrastructure, and social protection are conducted caused by potential climate change, as well as developing sector adaptation strategies. Those we would like to enhance international close relations and collaboration of finance and in technical assistance to implement disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation strategies in the country. I wish you success in ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week activities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dalai. Thank you very much for sharing with us Mongolia's experience, the initiatives, and we would like to learn more from you in days to come, particularly the slow onset disaster related mitigation measures, what we can learn from Mongolia. Accordingly, we will factor those experiences in the portal with CMIP6 data. So thank you, Dalai. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Bipin Prakash, the senior climatologist from Fiji, to discuss how a climate service standpoint, how can we best address the increasing risk of climate hazard in the Pacific and ensure their effective integration into the existing governance structure and system. So in this context, are there any innovative approaches or tools within the realm of climate services that can contribute to enhancing our response and preparedness? So Bipin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's already good afternoon here in Fiji, so good afternoon to you all. So climate hazards, when we talk about climate hazards in the Pacific, with climate change, there's an increasing risk of hazards. The meteorological observations in the Pacific Island countries, it confirms that air and ocean temperatures are rising. The sea level is increasing, which is at a much faster rate than the global average in many of the Pacific Island countries. And in fact, the IPCC 6 assessment cycle, recent IPCC assessment cycle indicates that the possibility of multi-meter sea level rise as we go beyond this century. So this is very concerning for Pacific Island countries, low-lying Pacific Island countries, which is just meters above, many of the islands are just meters above sea level rise. So it poses a existential threat to many of the Pacific Island countries. The proportion of intense tropical cyclones in our region is projected to increase with climate change. My country, in particular in Fiji, the Category 5 tropical cyclone used to be a very rare event, but in recent times we have seen at least 2 Category 5 tropical cyclones, some of the strongest in the southern hemisphere, that has affected our part of the world. So how can we address the risk of increasing climate hazards? I guess climate services can provide answers for reducing the impacts of hazards and also opportunities for capitalizing on favorable climate. The National Meteorological and Hydrological Services across the globe, including the Pacific Island countries, that provide a number of climate products and services. So this includes seasonal climate outlooks, which is for rainfall, air temperatures. Also in our part of world, we issue, seasonal outlooks of tropical cyclones as well. In addition to that, we provide, ocean related outlooks as well, not just, on a weather time scale, but on a long term, on a seasonal time scales as well. For things like coral bleaching, fisheries convergence zone, etc. And recently we have ventured into production of early action rainfall watch, which kind of provides an indication of how the climate has been in recent months, and as well as the outlook for the coming months, to provide some insight to disaster managers and the planners and decision makers some insight into how the rainfall situation, because it's quite variable in our part of the world. So it's always important to know how this may change in the coming months. So the climate products and services offered by National Meteorological Service can provide insight into how to, to address some of the risks which the climate may bring about. Now, the question of integration into existing government structures and systems, I feel that the products and services, it cannot be a standalone. So many of the times the problem is that they are in silo. So National Meteorological Services issue climate products, but it doesn't inform day-to-day planning and decision making. And I guess the way to address this issue is by incorporating the services offered by National Meteorological Service, the products, services, and the outlooks, information, data, is by incorporating this information into the standard operating procedures. For example, if there's a drought management plan available for a particular country, then things like indication of how the ENSO situation, El Nino, Southern Oscillation, how does it affect a country's drought plan, and what triggers and all those things should accompany with specific actions. So yes, the standard operating procedures, it needs to be strengthened with climate information and data. Now, when we talk about innovative approaches or tools, I'll give you an example of from Fiji. We have been working very closely with the sugar industry in Fiji. It's one of the key economic driver of Fiji. Export earner. So a couple of years back, or in fact more than a decade ago, we started to produce a specific bulletin for the sugar industry in Fiji. What we do is that we provide them some seasonal outlooks of rainfall, which is of particular interest to them. And we work closely with the Sugar Research Institute of Fiji, and this is basically the research arm of the sugar industry, and they turn the outlooks into specific advisories for the farmers. Usually what happens, the technical information which is provided by meteorological services, it doesn't mean much to farmers. So the sugar industry, the research arm of the sugar industry over here, helps us to tailor this information into specific advisories to farmers and as well as other industry stakeholders. So I think in terms of innovative approaches, I guess it's very important that we focus on sector-specific climate products and services. We need to work very closely with specific sectors in the provision of services to help them in their planning and decision-making exercise. Another, I guess, the innovation in recent times has been a decision support tool. A number of countries have, they develop decision support tools, something similar to portal shown by ESCAP, whereby these decision support tools help to visualize data and as well as provide specific advisories through various means, mobile phone applications or through message, the mobile messaging platforms, etc. So these are some of the innovations, and I guess in Fiji we have been using some of these approaches, and I hope that it is probably useful for others as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bipin. It was truly very insightful how you are especially adapting to the tropical cyclone of 5 category, which are becoming very more frequent, and going down the line to the sugarcane level for adaptive, enhancing the adaptive capacity of the farmer. So these are the two excellent examples. I think many things while developing the portal, we learned from the Fiji experiences, and the crop specific, the climate services that you highlighted so well. I think we will try to work. We are already working with our colleagues in WMO, the climate outlook for Fiji. I think in coming days, we will be coming to you with some more specific deliverables. Thank you, Vipin. Thank you for very good examples. Now we will be coming to the experiences of some intergovernmental sub-regional organization. And the first in my list is ENSON, our colleague from the ASEAN Disaster Management Committee. So ENSON, over to you. I would like to request ENSON, the particularly ASEAN Secretariat, to discuss some good examples of turning science into the policy translated into the adaptation actions through regional cooperation. I think this is where ASEAN has been the champion, science to policy actions to implement it through the regional cooperation. So, ENSON, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Jakarta. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the UN ESCAP for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to share our experience on turning science into policy translated into adaptation action through regional cooperation, with examples on strengthening adaptation to droughts in ASEAN. Now, colleagues, let me share my screen. Let me start first with the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, or ADMER in brief. I would like to tell you that the ASEAN adopted this ADMER in 2009. This legally binding agreement ensures coherent strategies in dealing with disaster and build coherent strategy in dealing with disaster and build community resilience, among others. The ADMER calls for the establishment of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance, or ASCENTER, and the establishment of the ASEAN Disaster Management and Emergency Funds, which are now in cooperation. And this slide shows the institutional structure of disaster management in ASEAN, in which the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management is in charge of the implementation of the ADMER. Under this ACDM, we have 3 working groups, namely Working Group on Prevention and Mitigation, the Working Group on Preparedness, Response and Recovery, and the Working Group on Global Leadership, which supports the ACDM in the implementation of this ADMER. And under the Working Group Prevention and Mitigation, we have Technical Working Group on Protection, Gender and Inclusion. And under the Working Group Preparedness, Response and Recovery, we have Technical Working Group on Civil Military Coordination. And I would like to share with you that the ADMER is implemented through a series of 5-year work programs. The latest addition is the ADMER Work Program 2021 to 2025, which its mission is to enhance and support ASEAN's disaster risk reduction and disaster management capabilities through intersectoral cooperations, capacity building, innovation, resource mobilization, new partnerships, and stronger coordination among ASEAN member states. And this slide shows the guiding principles of the ADMER Work Program 2021 to 2025. The publication is guided by 7 principles, in which the multi-hazard approach, which enables ASEAN to enhance regional capacities to assess, mitigate, prepare for, respond to a wider range of hazards and disaster risk. And we also have the innovation principle, which enable ASEAN to enhance efficiency and effectiveness through a science-based approach. and technological advancement, non-technological innovations. And this is the EDMO Work Program 2021 to 2025. You can see that the EDMO Work Program has 5 priorities programs which cover the full disaster risk management, from risk assessment and monitoring to prevention and mitigation, and preparedness and response, resilient recovery and global leadership. And under the Priority Program 1 and Priority Program 2, the ACDM endorsed a number of key documents for transformative adaptation for disaster risk reductions. Among others, we have the ASEAN Framework on Anticipatory Action in Disaster Management, which is supported by FAO during the development of the framework and endorsed by the ACDM last year. This framework provides guidance for defining and contextualizing anticipatory action at the regional and national level. This will help to ensure the early warning system are reliably translated into effective anticipatory action to reduce the impacts of disaster in the region. We are also developing the ASEAN Disaster Risk Communication Framework. The framework aims to provide a comprehensive regional strategy on disaster risk communication to enhance disaster resilience in ASEAN. And we also have the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for Adaptation to Drought, or APAP-AD, which I will introduce in details later. And among other important key declarations, we have ASEAN Declaration on Strengthening Adaptation to Drought, which was endorsed by ACDM in 2020. And this slide shows a journey for the development and implementation of the ASEAN Declaration on the Strengthening of Adaptation to Drought in ASEAN. Strengthening adaptation to drought was raised at the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Disaster Management in 2016. Thereafter, ASEAN and UN ESCAP jointly developed the first and second edition of the study on Ready for Dry Years, Building Resilience to Droughts in Southeast Asia in 2019 and 2020, which provide a thorough assessment on the drought situation and its implications in each ASEAN member state. The publications also provide key elements and priorities that are important in addressing and mitigating the impacts of droughts in the region. And following this publication on Ready for the Dry Years, ASEAN adopted the Declaration on the Strengthening of Adaptation to Drought in 2020. The declaration calls for and encourages the ASEAN member states to strengthen the collaboration between the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management and relevant sectoral bodies and sector stakeholders to carry out several important activities, including the development of an ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for Adaptation to Droughts 2021 and 2025. And the development of this Regional Action Plan was supported by UN ESCAP and endorsed by the ACDM in 2021. And the action plan is guided by the ASEAN Declaration on the Strengthening of Adaptation to Droughts and informed by the studies on Ready for Dry Years. The action plan is structured based on the drought management cycle, coordination, communication, partnerships, and capacity building at the regional and national level. And the action plan advocates for policy along 3 tracks, namely reduce and prevent, prepare and respond, and restore and recovery. In this regard, the Regional Action Plan provides 9 actions and complemented by 26 sub-actions, offering clear pathways to translate strategic ambitions into solutions that can help prepare for, mitigate, and adapt to droughts. And moving forward, the ASEAN will work together to implement together with UN ESCAP and our partners to implement the Regional Action Plan on drought adaptation as an integral part of building the capacity of disaster resilience in collaboration with our relevant stakeholders. And this is the national case studies for Indonesia, Laos, and Thailand. The development of this case study supported by our colleagues from ESCAP. This case and endorsed by our AMS last year. The case study aimed to support government to design and mainstream drought risk into national development policy and strategies. The studies outline the institutional policy landscape for implementation of the regional action plans for drought adaptation at national level, which includes overviews of drought risk profile, along with national laws, legislation, programs regarding drought risk management. The study also review major challenges and constraints in drought risk management in the countries and set out action plans for drought adaptation in these countries. And finally, I would like to share with you that ASEAN is going to conduct the ASEAN Disaster Management Week on 21st to 24th August in Singapore, which consists of several events, including ASEAN Interregional Dialogues, and ASEAN Disaster Resilience Forum, which provides an avenue for ASEAN and non-ASEAN stakeholders to discuss topics related to disaster resilience, including transformative adaptation in the region. We are looking forward to meeting you on there in the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anson, for a very comprehensive overview, science to action to regional cooperation, a roadmap, and how we are moving forward in the ASEAN. Thank you very much, Anson, for excellent presentation. Now, the last in my list is from SARC, Ankur Srivastav. We are running out of time, Ankur, so I may request you, I'm really sorry, we are requesting you to cut short slightly your presentation, but I hope you understand our concern. And this is regarding regional cooperation. What is the SARC experience, particularly in the transboundary nature of climate and disaster risk? What are the key takeaways from the SARC? Thank you, Ankur. Ankur, yeah.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries and delegates, and of course, thank you, Sanjay sir and ESCAP for having me here. Since we have a tight schedule, so without any further ado, let me give some of my points. So in order to bring more cohesion to the emerging risk, first of all, we need to acknowledge the transboundary nature of the risk. We know that Asia Pacific region is home to diverse culture, economy, and ecosystems, but it is also susceptible to a wide array of climate-related disasters. And it's already said that in the recent 6th assessment report, the IPCC panel examines for the first time the regional aspects of climate change, and has already warned that the region is expected to experience more simultaneous and multiple factors of climate changes, even with the global warming of, let's say, 1.5 degrees centigrade. With its exponential development in this region, the region would be more prone to the risk of uncertainty, and thus it is absolutely necessary to understand that no single country can adequately respond to these crises alone. It requires a regional solidarity. And the second is enhancing information sharing and exchange. The regional institutions can work upon to promote the sharing of data, risk assessments, and best practices among the countries to collectively understand and assess the diverse climate and disaster risk prevalent in the region. Of course, their efforts could involve creation of regional database or network platforms. Most importantly, we need to look beyond our borders, connect with different countries. There are countries like USA and Japan where major infrastructures were developed during mid-20th centuries, and many of these infrastructures have completed their life cycle or are in their replacement phase. And therefore, the countries who are in the early phase of infrastructure development can learn through information exchange through platforms offered by regional partnership and issues faced by them and the ways to tackle them. Also, the Asia Pacific region is prone to plethora of hazards, including tropical cyclones, tsunamis, floods, earthquakes, and droughts. As these threats defy borders and transcend national boundaries, it is imperative to be forge a united front to bolster our collective resilience. A third is strengthening governance. When we talk about addressing the transboundary nature of climate and disaster risk, it has implications not for technology like cutting edge forecasting systems or finance related risk transfer systems, but it has large implications for good governance. Regional institutions can nudge governments to come out with policy decisions for putting in place good techno-legal framework, setting standards, creating regulations, more importantly, enforcing these regulations, creating monitoring mechanisms so that the enforcement takes place appropriately, creating institutions which can do all these things, setting up procedures to ensure transparency and accountability and prioritization of interventions. Regional institutions have a lot to do in strengthening disaster risk governance in the region. Of course, we have a choice between doing it more or doing it right. Regional partnerships can promote building of resilient infrastructure rather than creating large number of structures that lack hazard-resistant features. Fourth, coordinating joint risk assessment. Collaborative risk assessment can identify transboundary risks and vulnerabilities in the region. Regional institutions can facilitate the coordination of these assessments, bringing together experts and stakeholders from different countries to share data, methodologies, and findings. Further, risk analytics like that developed by ESCAP can be contextualized at the regional level. Comprehensive risk assessment provide decision makers with data-driven insight to develop evidence-based policies and plans. Supporting capacity building efforts. Safety is mostly in our region. Safety is mostly supply driven and not demand driven. It's top down rather than it should be bottom up. Regional institutions and partnership can provide technical assistance, training programs, and capacity building initiative to strengthen the capacities and capabilities of the countries in the region. When we talk about technical parameter standards, mostly we have them. When we talk about relevant technologies and access to technology, we have them. What we need to have is to have an intellectual infrastructures, that is to say trained professionals, administrators to implement these standards and technological interventions. Further, we need to have professionals who can understand systems perspective, meaning it is possible to have, we have built an infrastructures which let's say is cyclone or flood proof, but it has created its own risk in the downstream. We have, let's say, built a metro station, metro line over a canal which compromises the drainage pattern causing floods. So we need to have a systems perspective, and for having system perspective, we need proper capacity building initiative, and regional partnership in this domain are always crucial. Sixth, encouraging policy dialogues and diplomatic efforts. Regional institutions and partnerships can serve as a platform for policy dialogues and diplomatic efforts to promote cooperation and coordination among different countries. This can involve regional conferences, forums, workshops where policymakers, stakeholders, and experts can come together to discuss common challenges, share experiences, and develop joint strategies. That's it. But we need to remember that disasters do not care for national boundaries. Key elements such as enhancing information sharing and exchange policy, strengthening governance, supporting capacity building initiatives can form a building block for the collaborative efforts, and the regional institutions and partnerships can serve as catalysts here, providing a platform for knowledge exchange, data sharing, and coordination. That's it. Thank you. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Angur. Thank you for sharing the SART perspective. And I think moving forward, we are going to have many collaborative efforts with you. So thank you very much, because transboundary issues that you highlighted with CMIP6 are becoming much more, clearer, and that could help us to deepen our collaboration. So thank you, Ankur. Now the session is open for if there are any specific questions, especially from the member countries. Yeah. Okay. I think we are running short of time. So if I just invite your attention on a few key takeaways from this session. One is you heard about the portal from the portal video from presentation by my colleague Madhurima. What I wanted to share with you, we heard just now the perspective from the top of the mountains, that is Mount Everest, the Bhutan, in a mountainous country context. What are the real challenges of when climate risk and the seismic risk, the zone 5 countries like Bhutan, what are the risks in the country context like Bhutan, Nepal? Then you also saw some of the deliverables that comes from the portal. We have come from Bhutan to Armenia, another mountainous country, again at the cross section of a high seismic risk and also the climate risk profile. So you saw this two mountainous countries, one from the Himalaya, the other is from the Armenia. Now we had the opportunity to hear from Mongolia, the country with the sud, drought, and variety of the climate-related risk, the adaptation measures which Mongolia has taken a place. And then from top of the mountains to high latitude, we came to the heart of the Pacific sits, that is Fiji, how they are managing the cyclone of category 5, at the same time down the line farmers level adaptation measures. So you see the variety that was presented in today's session, and that captures the specificities and diversity of climate risk, seismic risk of Asia and the Pacific region. As a member country, as a secretariat of 55 plus 60 plus member country, our intent is always try to address whatever we could do within our resources, within our mandate, which could be useful to the member country. So the portal is one of the product to capture those specific needs and aspirations of the member country, which you heard. We took this direction further to the sub-regional cooperation organization. Those are very effective in our region, particularly from the ASEAN. Country on its own. Now country in a regional cooperation framework through ASEAN, through SHARC, how we can take this forward through PIPs. So that's our motivation for this, especially this dedicated session. How can we deliver ESCAP mandate through the countries of a diverse nature, through our partners with intergovernmental regional cooperation organizations. So in coming days, we will be taking the applications of portal through country, through sub-regional intergovernmental organizations. We have already put in place the plan for the ASEAN, plan for the SARC, plan for the PIPs, the Pacific Island countries, and that's how we would like some of the ESCAP deliverables more customized, useful to the country. My last point is the point which I would like to attract the attention of the scientific community. You know, science we have seen has always full of new innovations, and you know, it brings something which really makes a lot of difference. It can be a game changer. But how that science is converted into the action, policy actions, practices, there has always been a gap. This portal is one such example, because CMIP6, those from the climate science background, they understand how much research worldwide have gone into it to develop the CMIP6 products. So our intent was how this CMIP6 can help a country which you have seen from the top of the mountains to the Pacific sits. So that's our intent, and the portal is the product of you. So thank you very much for this session, and we had come I think we have a long way to go, working with member country, working with the partners among the UN agencies. Many of my colleagues from the UN agency, UNDRR, UNDP are here, FAO, and then we will be working with ASEAN, SARC. And so that's our journey. I think we are going to start early warning for all initiatives. What way we can work together. So the next session will spotlight those very, very specific on the pillars of early warning for all. So those are some of the words from my side. I would like to now request my colleague Tamily to take the floor from here. And yes, Tamily, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. Thank you to all our participants. We will close this session at this point, but I hope that we can open the discussion together in person over a cup of tea or coffee. We'll all go together upstairs to level 2, where we can have some refreshments. We can follow Natasha as we go, but we will also invite you to join us in a group photo together. This is an exciting moment to join together in person. For our online participants, sorry that you can't join us for this coffee break, but please do stay on the line. At 11:15, so in about 20 minutes, we will reconvene on this same link, and for colleagues in the room, in the meeting room H, just across the way, for our continued sessions, and this time it will be on all of the different pillars of early warning for all. So thank you for joining us in the opening, and we will meet you in another 20 minutes. But if you just go upstairs, we could take a photo together. Thank you.
Just before closing, I think we also wanted to mention that there are booths upstairs that have been set up with our partners as well as ours. You're free to, peruse the booths. There's also a monitor set up for different stations, so you can look at our portal or our partners' various projects. So thank you very much.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Greetings to all of you from Japan. My name is Yasuo Takahashi, and I am the Executive Director of IJEP. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Greetings to all of you from Japan. My name is Yasuo Takahashi, and I am the Executive Director of IJEP.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will get started. I hope that you're all comfortably seated. We have our speakers who are being seated at the front here, and we have many more joining online. So without further ado, we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sumi from UN ESCAP, your host for today's first of 4 discussions on early warnings for all in Asia and the Pacific. We're privileged to have an esteemed panel of experts who will shed light on various aspects of this theme. Before we begin, I will just run through some housekeeping, which will be the same for all the 4 sessions. So we have many people who are joining here in person, and we also have participants joining online. For online participants, please be reminded to keep your microphones on mute unless you are speaking. And if you would like to make an intervention or have questions, please raise your hand. We have our IT support, Parn, who is sitting at the front here. And each session today will have some time for discussion. However, to ensure that conversation is inclusive, we will try not to miss out any inputs. And for that purpose, we have prepared a mirror board, and we would like to invite all of you to take the QR code. You can insert your comments, your question for each of the thematic sessions in the mirror board, and we will try to take a look and address any of the questions received, and all of the feedbacks and comments will be incorporated. So without further ado, let's get started. To open today's session is a distinguished speaker with many years of experience in the field of environment and climate policy. He held key positions at the Ministry of Environment in Japan, where his last post was a Vice Minister for Global Environment Affairs, and has since 2020 joined Institute for Global Environmental Studies, or IGES, as an Executive Director. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Yasuo Takahashi, who has kindly shared a pre-recorded video.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Greetings to all of you from Japan. My name is Yasuo Takahashi, and I am the Executive Director of IGES, the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. IGES is a research institute conducting innovative policy development and strategic research for environmental measures to realize sustainable development on a global scale. Unfortunately, I could not be with you in person at today's significant meeting, but I am honored to have been invited to address you through this video message. Today's session focuses on early warning systems in the Asia Pacific, which is an important opportunity to address global interest on a regional scale. In fact, the importance of early warning systems is shared in the initiative called AP-PLAT, the Asia Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Information Platform. AP-PLAT was established in 2019 by the government of Japan with the aim of providing an enabling environment for practical adaptation actions through collaboration among partners. As an operational body of AP-PLAT, IGES is committed to capacity development programs on disaster risk reduction projects, and I believe there are many ways in which IGES can contribute to the efforts of ESCAP on early warning systems. In fact, I am delighted that the relationship between IGES and ESCAP has been steadily growing, as evidenced by our contribution to UN Joint SDG Maldives project initiated by ESCAP last year. We were also pleased to welcome Ms. Armida Aris-Jabana, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to our office in January, and had a very productive discussion on joint initiatives through AP-PLAT. I would like to conclude my opening remarks by expressing my hope that the collaboration between IGES and ESCAP will continue to flourish in the best way possible. I wish you every success to this important event today. Thank you all for your attention and participation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takahashi, for that insightful message. Before I pass the mic to Mr. Marco Toscano Rivalta, Chief of Office at UNDRR Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, I just wanted to add that we have a timer here, our colleague Devin, who's sitting at the front, who will be indicating how much time that you have. So please keep an eye on our colleague Devin from time to time. Okay, so Mr. Marco has been instrumental in shaping disaster risk reduction strategy in Asia and the Pacific region. And I would like to invite him to deliver introductory remarks, and he will be our moderator for the session.
Thank you very much, Sumi, and welcome and good morning and good afternoon if there is someone online. But you have been very kind with me. I think I've been instrumental with everybody in the room and many more, luckily, because the challenge that we have ahead of us is huge, and that's why it's glad to see you here. And many more working very, very hard in each country. And also, I want to say that I'm super happy that UNDRR, together with WMO, the International Federation of the Red Cross, and the ITU, as well as with ESCAP, who creates the opportunity for us to be here, but also is a very active partners in this initiative. So thank you to you and the team. Today is really a great, I think is a great learning opportunity that we have. Is a very important event, is instrumental in supporting the rollout of the early warning for all initiatives by 2027, launched by the United Nations Secretary General last year. The importance of early warning was strongly highlighted also in the midterm review of the Sendai framework, which concluded the high-level political declaration adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in May, so a couple of months ago. There are very important reports done by WMO, by ESCAP, UNDRR, and many other partners, clearly highlighting the fact that we are facing in the region, which remains the most disaster-prone, unprecedented risk and disaster with a huge impact. So in a way, the importance of early warning system is a no-brainer, one would argue. However, it is a brainer because money is not flowing where it should yet. And also there are a number of governance issues that are in a way being a challenge to really have an early warning for all. And that's why what we are facing now under this initiative is really a very strong goodwill movement, I would call, of people strongly committed in making it happen, to make sure that every single community, even remote areas, is really reached out through effective early warning system in ways that can be understood and adopted. The regional dimension is super important. Transboundary risk is a big thing, hence the importance of working together with ESCAP. The Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference held in Brisbane last year, Ministerial Conference for Disaster Risk Reduction, gently hosted by Australia, reiterated the importance of early warning system, the importance of peer-to-peer collaboration, meaning exchanges between countries and practitioners, and again highlighting the fact that early warning systems are critical from a political point of view. In terms of some leaders call it also a question of national security, the impact of disasters, and of course the huge economic savings, but not only economics, because it's about natural environment, is about the human and capital assets. There are very important estimates that points to the value of it. So today, I would say that is a step along a marathon that we will have to run. It's easy to be excited in the early days of these initiatives. I think we need to keep heightening our commitment over the years to come. So let's remain united in these important efforts. I'll stop here. today we have, as we heard, a lot of very important speakers. Some are here, some are in the room. I'll introduce them as we move on. I'm glad that we have also a timekeeper. I'll have to be a bit nasty myself as well as a moderator, so I really apologize in advance if I will signal with clarity the fact that we need to move to the next presentation. The purpose is to leave some time at the end for good exchanges, and we have already eroded a little bit of time with the, I think with the photo op, but it's good. It will remind us of the commitment that we have undertaken together. So the first presentation, for the sake of continuity, is my colleague, Diana Patricia Mosquera Calle. She's the Deputy Chief of the Regional Office for Asia Pacific of UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Diana, the floor is yours, and she'll be speaking about the importance of early warning for initiative. Diana, please.
Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you very much to everyone for being here and the colleagues of ESCAP to providing this space for this discussion. I have been suggested with the easy task of starting the discussion on Pillar 1 on risk knowledge. So I will try to do so, but looking forward to the discussions that follow up on this. So, shall I use the... Okay, I will start with a little bit of background on the initiative per se and focus later on Pillar 1 elements. And I understand that we will have the opportunity to go more in depth on the different pillars through the day. So we are together until 5 o'clock, and this will give us the opportunity to see other aspects. I will just start with an introduction. Sorry. You can see my notes as well. So I think we need to start by reminding that this initiative was launched in the COP27 by the Secretary General. So early warning systems have been acknowledged as an important adaptation and this disaster risk reduction measure. They have been recognized as a very important mechanism for reducing disaster mortality, but it has been also acknowledged that there is a lot of work that needs to continue be done. Because, for example, when we take into account the self-reporting mechanism of countries to acknowledge their progress in early warning systems implementation, we found information that globally, half of countries are not yet protected by early warning systems. If we also consider the self-reporting mechanisms in Asia Pacific, we see that in 2015, 25% of the countries reported to have in place an early warning system, and this has improved to reach 60% in 2022. This is an important progress, but still many aspects of early warning systems are not reaching the population as they should be. And that's why this initiative is important. The key objective is to advance in the coverage of early warning systems and improving the services that are provided through them. Just to tell a little bit more on the structure of the initiative. So the initiative mirrors very well the traditionally elements of end-to-end people-centered early warning systems that has been promoted by WMO and partners, moving from risk knowledge through forecasting mechanisms, through warning dissemination and preparedness and response. So there is no a difference in the governance structure of the initiative through the technically recognized elements of early warning systems. We will have opportunity to go into more details for all the pillars, but I will just start with Pillar 1, which is risk knowledge, and which tries to answer the questions: if are the hazards and vulnerabilities in countries properly known and acknowledged? Are we collecting the data that is needed to better understand risk? Are we recognizing the different patterns and trends that are being delineated towards the evolution of risk? And are the risk maps and data widely accessible and shared with all the partners that are involved. So what is, in very broad terms, what the risk knowledge component intends to do? So these are the partners that work at the global level in defining what the risk knowledge pillar should look like and what are the different tools and aspects that should be considered. So UNDRR is the lead, and other organizations also participate in this reflection, including WMO, IFRC, RIAP, GEO, IOM, FAO, UNICEF, UNEP, UNFCCC, the Green Climate Fund. What is the vision? What is what we intend together to achieve in the Pillar 1? So first, to focus that all countries produce and use the data that informs multi-hazard early warning system aspects and all the other pillars of the initiative as well. So we believe that Pillar 1 is instrumental also to advance the different pillars. How this should be or could be implemented? First, there is an important focus on collecting systematically disaggregated data and producing the risk assessment that are needed, including important components of hazard vulnerability exposure, but also coping capacities of communities. It is very important that this data and the products that are produced or that come out of this data are also widely accessible and through georeference platforms. And it's also very important that capacity is built at the national and at the subnational level to benefit from the production of these risk maps and the use of this data. In a nutshell, there are 7 components of outcome teams or elements of the Pillar 1. As mentioned, very important, the production of risk knowledge. Very, very important that this risk knowledge is openly accessible and that it is used. Then there are other underlying elements that are very important: the monitoring effectiveness of early warning system, a strengthened collaboration, including for risk knowledge and in Pillar 1 through all the different elements of Pillar 1, but also inter-pillar. Very importantly, inclusivity, indigenous, local, traditional knowledge should also be part of this discussion, and innovation for risk knowledge using the different opportunities that technology and local knowledge offers to enhance risk information. In practical terms, what the different partners of Pillar 1 are discussing and producing is an overall handbook on the use of risk knowledge, particularly for early warning systems. They will be complemented by guidelines on local, traditional, indigenous knowledge, and very important sectorial approaches, building on the expertise and mandate of the different UN agencies and other partners. For example, agri-food, environment, gender, child and disability sensitive early warning systems, and modules on the use of the new generation of disaster loss data. This is complemented by capacity building, training, technical implementation and support, and the overall support of the implementation of Target G. Just to give an example, and I think the colleagues from Maldives and other countries will tell us a little bit more on the rollout in countries after this, but there are different toolkits and tools that have been put at this that have been shared with our counterparts on the ground and in countries to start stock-taking exercises and define the priorities and the gaps for the rollout of the initiative. I won't go into the details because I have seen the 30-second sign, but just to highlight that Pillar 1, it's very instrumental for other pillars. It's very important for forecasting, impact-based forecasting mechanisms. Is very important to tailor warning dissemination messages, and also to ensure that preparedness and response plans are, of course, adapted to the context and the risk landscape of the different communities. So I will leave it there. We will have more opportunity to discuss on the monitoring and all the tools that you want to, if you want to have a little bit closer look, there are some tools that we will also share. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Diana, you were on 7 minutes sharp, so congratulations, which is the time estimate we've made. Now I'll give the floor to the representative of another very important organization, is UNDP. Why I stress that? Of course, all the UN agencies are growing in their engagement. So in a way, we should have had like many slides just with the name of the UN partner, which I think is great. The reason why I want to single out also UNDP is that because with UNDP at the regional level, we co-chair the issue-based coalitions, which for those who are a bit into the UN reform process is the mechanisms to leverage the United Nations system regional asset, regional organization in support of the UN working countries, and there is a dedicated focus given also in the context of the early warning for all, precisely because we are aware of the magnitude of the support that needs to be given to countries and communities implementing early warning for all. So I'm happy to give the floor now to Mr. Sunny Romas Rejillos, who is the senior advisor, but also the disaster risk reduction and recovery team leader here in Bangkok for the regional hub. Sunny, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco, and good morning to everyone. The UN ESCAP reports that risk is now understood as being multidimensional and systemic with high levels of interdependency, non-linearity, feedback loops, and uncertainty. It is therefore now paramount that risk reduction and resilience building consider multiple and intersecting threats. While systemic risk has always existed, its local and national expressions are now more frequent and severe and complemented by manifestations at global scale. Risk associated with the El Niño, whether it is moderate or strong from 2023, will be a serious concern as we now already feel the consequences of a warming world due to anthropogenic causes. So as I narrate to you the historical consequences based on what we know and what we have achieved in dealing with the historical El Niño, the question I pose is, will climate change and El Niño upon us, can we handle both? As a development agency, and through our climate promise, we've been supporting over 120 countries on NDC implementation or national determined commitments. The challenge of loss and damage is framed within the context of what communities are facing, the threat of interconnected and multidimensional risk, such as pandemic and in some places conflict, and that this threatens hard-won development gains, human security, and the enjoyment of human rights. So for us, and I hope this is something that can be pursued during this week and beyond, we are pursuing the three directions of systemic change in a climate change world. One is resilience building. Risk-informed development allows for development to become a vehicle to reduce risk, avoid creating risk, and build resilience by strengthening capacities and governance processes to prevent, mitigate, and address the multidimensionality of risk. The second point is something that we wish to emphasize a bit more: a change towards leaving no one behind. The lives, well-being, and health of those who left farthest behind are disproportionately at risk of suffering from the impacts, hazards, and threats that are further entrenching poverty and deepening inequalities. The third one, and consistent with this theme or agenda for this week, aim for structural transformation. In countries that are characterized by fast-growing economies and accompanying structural transformations, risk-informed development can ensure that investments in systems and structures do not create new risk, but instead foster green, inclusive, and resilient transitions. Let us focus with the imminent El Niño event that is upon us that can bring harmful loss and damage in the coming weeks, or maybe in the next 12 months or beyond. Here shows a quote from the IPCC report. El Niño has been with us, a seasonal variability, on the average, of course, actually every 7 years. These records actually go back thousands of years. But remarkably, IPCC report says that there had been a significant increase in strong events in the last 50 years. Now, if you see what's happening there, the intervals between strong El Nino are between 15 to 18 years. The last one was in 2017. And potentially, if we have a strong El Nino in 2023, the evidence will show that the frequency and interval of strong El Nino is more frequent. In fact, the longest interval was 50 years. So the IPCC report is correct in saying that the frequency and magnitude of strong El Nino are increasing. So what do we expect based on history? There will be biophysical impacts manifested in terms of precipitation or rainfall, more intense cyclones, drought in most of Southeast Asia, but also we'll see compounding impact of biophysical effects happening at the same time. In countries such as the Philippines and Vietnam and coastal areas, we will see in one El Nino period the occurrence of a strong typhoon or a series of strong typhoon, but also drought happening in certain areas, which brings therefore socioeconomic impacts expressed in terms of the sectors who will suffer from loss and damage: agriculture, water, and even energy, and even industries. So there are also highly likely cascading effects that are transboundary in nature. We will see impact to the supply chain, and maybe in other areas, migration and permanent displacement. But the history is good for us in terms of the work that we have been undertaking on El Nino. Here in this region, through an interagency body, we have been involved in an interagency support to many countries. So there are several of these things that we are already capable of applying within the context of understanding risk. As we saw today from the risk portal from ESCAP, and congratulations for a well done portal, climate and risk model are already in place, and they are scalable, and they are useful for risk reduction and long-term adaptation. There are also regional and national climate outlook forums. This is being undertaken by hydrometeorological services with support from regional agencies, and they are useful for preparedness. There are also countries who actually implement impact-based forecasting, and they're very important for readiness and anticipatory action. But the problem, however, is that they are happening at the same time as this slide show. This is a Papua New Guinea example where the compounding effects of both rapid onset and slow onset events can happen in different parts of the country. So we have a few things to ride on. There are capabilities, there are usable science, but there are still blind spots, such as the issue of biodiversity, how slow onset events result to biodiversity. A surprise in the last El Nino is that coral bleaching has been massive. Although there are not macro level assessment of the extent of coral bleaching, some locations reported 97% loss. There are science that now looks at attribution of climate and its application, but still unpredictably and uncertainty exists. And there's certainly a lack of granularity of how it will impact population. Those are, of course, disaggregated as we talk about who are the differential vulnerabilities. There are also limits to minimizing and prevention, and thus it's inevitable that we should use risk information to prepare for eventual recovery and rehabilitation work. And some of this will have to be addressed in the following key takeaways, if I may say so. Risk is now understood as multidimensionality. Loss and damage stress threatens development gains. There are 3 dimensions of changes that we are advocating for, and I leave it at that to emphasize that leave no one behind is something that we should be focusing more attention. Thank you very much.
Well done, Sonny. Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to the time. A great presentation. And now we move forward to Dr. Juni Chihara, who is the director of the Bangkok Regional Center at the Institute for Global Environmental Studies. Doctor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator Barco. I'm Jun Ichihara from the IGS Bank Regional Center. Thank you for kind invitation and great opportunity to make presentation. And we are very pleased to work together with the UN ESCAP and look forward further collaboration. Let me introduce EPIPLAT. This session is on the knowledge sharing, so this is quite relevant. So EPIPLAT is Asia Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Platform. This is proposed and initiated by Japanese government as a framework of international cooperation on climate change adaptation, established in 2019. The mission of the EPIPLAT is to support best scientific-based decision-making and promotion of effective climate change adaptation measures in Asia-Pacific region. And we wish to strengthen partnership with the relevant stakeholder and boost international adaptation effort. We have three core pillar or core activity under EPIPLAT. First one is the tools development, and second, scientific information sharing, and third one is capacity development. Under EPIPLAT, not only the Ministry of the Environment Japan and National Institute for Environmental Study and IGES, we are working as an operational body. This is the information sharing system. EPIPLAT developed the website as information sharing platform. So we have created many information pages and updated climate change related tool for sharing. So those are available for free. So you can access this information through URL on this slide. We hope to add more information and hope relevant stakeholder can access and utilize them. For the capacity development aspect, under the EPIPLAT website, we have many e-learning modules. So far, we developed the 9 courses, including the climate change adaptation to DRR aspect, and we plan to add more online program continuously. In addition to online capacity building, we have a kind of the on-site or face-to-face act for capacity building. This is one example. We conduct activity in Nepal and Bangladesh, conducted capacity building activity and created a guidebook, utilize the local language. Another type of the face-to-face activity under EPIPLAT is the mentoring activity. This is support for GCF concept note formulation. There are many activity on GCF, but we would like to add a little bit more on the tailor-made support for developing the concept note. So far, we assisted to develop 14 notes, and 2 of them are related to early warning system. In this slide, I would like to share one initiative on early warning system by the Ministry of the Environment Japan, which possibly closely working together with EPIPLAT. So this is an initiative by the ministry to promote early warning system in Asian Pacific region in response to UN initiative Early Warning for All. This is the initiative try to engage or more activity of the early warning system through public-private partnership. As you see some example for Japanese company has some technology or initiative on the radar, for example, weather news. So they plan to have some install some radar in Asian Pacific countries such as Vietnam, and some other potential activity would be the climate information solution sharing, also some possibly insurance system to be provided under this initiative. So government of the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, Japan, promoting this early warning system initiative by the PPP scheme. So this is our partner under EPIPLAT. This is some example of partner. You can see the international organization like UN agencies, research institution, some private company already joined the EPIPLAT. So EPIPLAT is arena for collaboration. So we are pleased to have a variety of organizations under EPIPLAT. So I believe if other institution or organization interested in joining the EPIPLAT, please contact us. Of course, the ESCAP or other institution quite welcome to joining EPIPLAT. So we look forward to the further collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. In fact, congratulations, because you used only 6 of the 7 minutes. So thanks for your generosity. No, I think this is great, so that we can now immediately enter into the reactions from the representatives from countries and organizations that we have in the room. Also for you, the time is going to be a little short, but just so you can reflect on some of the points you heard and add yours. So the first speaker is the representative of ICIMOD, Madam Shrestha. You may have the floor. ICIMOD is the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, for the very few people who may not know, but I'm sure you all do. Madam, please.
Thank you, Marco, the moderator of the session. Very good morning to all of you, including our participants online. It's indeed a pleasure to be here at this Resilience Week, starting from today with the technical sessions. And we are really grateful that ICIMOD has been invited to share our thoughts on this very important topic of early warning systems for all. So ICIMOD, to those of you who are not familiar, we are an international intergovernmental organization. We're located in Kathmandu, Nepal. Primarily, we're looking at promoting sustainable development of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region with the focus on GRID. GRID meaning green and more inclusive climate development in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So just for your information, ICIMOD has just embarked on a new strategy, the Strategy 2030, that's looking at promoting the GRID in the region. And just to reflect back on some of the hazards and disasters that we've heard this morning, the Hindu Kush Himalayan region is extremely prone to disasters. Now, when you look at it in terms of the allocation of the disasters in the region, the Hindu Kush Himalayan region itself is contributing to about 36% of all the disasters that occur in the Asia Pacific region. So it's quite substantial. And when I say Hindu Kush Himalayan region, it's primarily 8 countries: Afghanistan, Pakistan, China, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Myanmar. So those are the 8 countries that form the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Now, with regards to early warning system for all, the topic of today, particularly focusing on the first pillar, that is preparedness, on risk knowledge. ICIMOD has been working quite substantially in the region, particularly with also with the World Meteorological Organization. We worked on the HKH HYCOS, the hydrological cycle observing system. And along with that, many other initiatives that we have worked in the region. Now, as far as regarding the focus of the discussion right now on the risk knowledge, there are several areas that ISIMOD has focused on, definitely looking at innovations across the region, looking at capacity building, looking at also, we are looking at promoting an HKH DRR knowledge hub for your information, which very much nicely fits with the discussion that we are having in terms of the preparedness as well as improving the risk knowledge. Because when it comes to application of science-based technology, for instance, we are at the forefront in terms of working with partners like NASA, as well as various other UN organizations like UN Spider also, to look at harnessing some of these innovative technologies for better risk assessments in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So there are a number of examples I can provide you, but I've seen that sign of time up. So thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Madam. Concise but super sharp and to the point. So thank you, and I'm sure that there will be time also for Q&A. So you may have an opportunity to come back. And now, without any further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Inape from the National Weather Services of Papua New Guinea. Sir, the mic is yours, and also Sunny showed some information about PNG, so you may want to also to react to those, please. Do we know if we have Mr. Inape on? Is online? You may. So while we try to establish the connection, let me go to Maldives. We just go across the oceans, and we have with us Ms. Farusha Al-Nasser of the Disaster Management Agencies. Madam, please. 4 minutes for you, and then we'll go back to Mr. Ina.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here, and being the first country among the Asians and being the first SIDS country to start the early warning initiative. I look forward to share our experiences later this afternoon. So before that, with regard to the agenda, as per agenda, I was wondering to share some of our experiences in terms of availability of disaster risk data. So obviously, data is one of the key components when it comes to knowledge, risk knowledge. So in that regard, just give you a kind of, a brief thought on Maldives. We Maldivians, we live in only 1% of the land, in which this 1% is further distributed into more than 1,100 islands, in which we have 186 islands with residents and 160 plus resorts. So you could imagine how challenging it would be for us to maintain data value chain among us. However, we have been supported by UNDRR with ESCAP and obviously UNDP in strengthening risk information systems as well as data management in Maldives. So we recently did a maturity assessment to understand where we are in terms of data. From the study, we understood that actually many variables reflecting on the SFDRR are collected by other agencies. In fact, we collect at least 32 variables of SFDRR. However, these data are managed in silos. So we are unable to actually report to SFDRR. We have a very limited reporting in SFDRR. So we also understand that we need to have a better relationship among the stakeholders, and this data should be an open source rather than having it within the agencies. So drawing upon the framework established by the Sendai framework, at the Maldives, we acknowledge the utmost significance of damage and loss data in enhancing our disaster preparedness efforts. So by placing a strong emphasis on data-driven decision-making, we aim to proactively anticipate and respond to emergencies, disaster risk reduction, ensuring protection of lives, homes, infrastructure, and livelihoods, especially in our small island communities. As we adhere to the principles of the Sendai framework, the Maldives remains steadfast in its commitment to gathering and exchanging leveraging comprehensive data on disaster risk and preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you for, again, being super sharp and to the point. We're gaining more time for the debate. This is great. I wonder whether we have Mr. Inape online now. Not yet. So while we wait for the opportunities to hear from the colleague from PNG, let's open the floor. I will refrain from using the privilege of the moderator to speak and comment, although I've been very tempted by what I heard, but let's hear from the room. Please don't be shy. We have 11 minutes to go. We have been given 5 minutes and more, because we have also Pillar 2 super interested, and Muhi, the next moderator, is waiting. Colleagues, please, let's use this opportunity. Again, don't be shy. Switzerland, please. Eric.
Thank you, Marco. I hear over and over again the talk of multi-hazard early warning systems. I would like to just to be clear on what are we actually talking about here. Are we talking of one system with multi-hazard coverage, or are we talking of multiple early warning systems that cover different hazards? In my limited understanding, I have not come across any real multi-hazard early warning system. I would like to have some reflections on that from the panelists and other people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for this important question. Any other questions or reaction to Eric's point? Any other question from the floor or comment?
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is more a curiosity about the presentation of this global environmental study, AP-PLAT. You show that you are open to the private company. The question is why a private company should join your initiative? What is the benefit for this? And do you have some suggestion for some specific company? Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very important question on private sector engagement in the broader early warning as well. Looking at the room, so let's ask the reaction, but then I would also like to take the opportunity to ask Maldives and Isimod if you have any further points, because you've been very economical in your comments and you've been doing a lot of great work. I'm aware of that, and would be important for the room to hear. But let's try to quickly. There is a question from the screen.
I am Balakrishnan Nair from India in COIS.
Yes, please. Comment. Go ahead.
I have a questions to Maldives and other island countries. We are actually the agency for providing the early warning for the tsunamis, as well as all ocean hazards in the Indian Ocean region. So as going to the core of these presentations for early warning system, the important thing what we require is a real-time data. And for that, a lot of observation systems are required. So as a country which have a lot of observation systems in India, the issue here is actually how to get the data from the basin-wide for the early warning systems. So we are in collaboration with many of the agencies, put the observation systems, and they get the real-time data for developing a basin-wide early warning systems for the high waves and other meteorological parameters. So how is the readiness of the countries, many countries? We are going for with many agencies like through RIMES or the bilateral relations. So what is the readiness of many countries to have a collaborative effort for a real-time observation system for the early warnings? This is my questions to many of the countries, especially island countries.
Thank you very much for that. So I can take another question from the floor. I see a gentleman. Is that, please? Go ahead, WMO.
Go to the question about early warning systems. I think what we've just heard is extremely important. We've got various aspects. A system dealing with tropical cyclones, a system dealing with earthquakes, a system dealing with flash floods, one dealing with lightning because you've got lightning detecting networks, and we can carry on, are totally different. But what do you do with that information? And I think that is the key. This is why the people-centric multi-hazard early warning system is important. It's about who takes the ownership of putting all of this information together and then ultimately sending that warning and or warning out to the public at large, those who wish to warn. And that's the end goal we need to look at, not these various elements of data and the infrastructure that supports the data. It's there. It's already, we've got those established, well established, I think, in most countries or member states. We're not, we can enhance that, but it's to deal with that last mile. That's why I think the UNSC made that call. Thank you.
Thank you, WMOians, for this initial very important point also on the question of multi-hazard. Now I give the floor to the Maldives and ECMOD. We have 5 minutes to go, and then I will ask Dr. June to address the question posed by Italy, and then super sharp comments from my colleagues here, Saned, UNDP, and Diana from UNDRR. But first, direct question for Maldives, if you want to address the point, and then ECMOD. We will have to be super tight. Please go ahead.
If I understood clearly, it was about early warning systems at our meteorological services. I believe so. Oh yeah. So basically, I'm from the National Disaster Management Authority. So I might not be the best person to answer specifically when it comes to early warning detection and regional collaborations between early warning systems. So, but as per my understanding, obviously, we are very much open for international collaborations in order to strengthening early warning systems, be it seismic or hydrometeorological. As far as my understanding from Maldives Meteorological Services, we are open for that, and I'm hoping to get you a proper answer for the second thematic session. Probably, I would ask our MMS colleagues to get you a better answer for this question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Sorry, sir, you got really the spirit of this, which is a conversation that goes across different pillar discussions. So certainly, while we respect the time here, then the conversation can go on also in other dimensions. Now, let me ask Madame ECMOD, please. 1 minute for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, an example of multi-hazard early warning system, for instance, because event occurred in Nepal just 3 years ago. There was a big glacial lake outburst flood that resulted in landslides, that resulted in landslide damming, that resulted in outburst of floods, and then this erosion, and finally a lot of damage in the downstream. Now, this is a kind of an increasing kind of occurrence that you are seeing, not only in Nepal, but other regions where we have cascading nature of disasters, cascading nature of events, as well as impacts, for which such kind we need multi-hazard early warning systems. So for that, we're looking at a system which then provides the information from different types of hazards, and then provides that early warning that would be valuable for the people and the community living across the basins. So that's where the multi-hazard early warning system comes into use. So that's just an example I wanted to provide. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Thank you very, very much. Dr. June, please, if you want to address the question of private sector from Italy. 1 minute for you.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm not involved in the decision making, but so this is my personal view. So I think in Japan, we have many disaster in our country. So we have a Japanese company have experience to managing the disaster, and they have data and technology. So that is one reason we want to utilize those data and technology. And another reason is, in my understanding, for example, on climate change mitigation, private sector role is quite crucial, and public sector resources limited. So we consider the work together with private sector to mobilize more resource would be one of the options. But that is my personal understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. I understand we have the representative of the Met Office of the Maldives online. Sir, you may please come in, 30, 40 seconds for you, and then I will ask Diana and Sunny to be a bit shorter. Sorry for my tyranny. Sir, but please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this time. Just to add to my colleague Parosha's comment, we have data exchange platform established through RIMES, it's called DataX platform. So through this platform, all the RIMES member countries do share their observation data, and we also working to share the real-time data with the RIMES, so that through RIMES, even inquiries can get access to this data on real-time basis. So we collaborate with the regional centers as far as data is concerned. We are very open to share our observation data. As a result, we get the products from the regional and also global centers. So these are the ways we can improve our forecasting and capacity in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sunny, and then Diana, your last points.
Thank you very much. Three quick points. One is, as Eric probably is advocating, we're also advocating that risk knowledge and information should guide the entire 4 pillars of the Early Warning for All initiative, that they are not stovepipe and they are not undertaken in silos. That's the first point. The second point is for Early Warning for All initiative to take on the multiple scales that we are concerned about: the sectoral impact, the temporal impact of what will happen now and in the future, and the geospatial or geographical impact. And it is unfavorable to small island states, unfavorable to Hindu Kush mountain, for instance. The third and last point is that this is where geographically the vulnerability and hazards interconnect. And therefore, when we think about risk information, we have to be mindful of what aims and objectives we need to look at, which is about understanding risk to human impacts, and finally, understanding risk to development. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. Diana, please.
Thank you, Sunny. We share the first point that I had on my notes on risk knowledge as a building block for all the pillars. I think I just complement with using different kinds of knowledge, like scientific knowledge and local and traditional indigenous knowledge and the lay person knowledge, the importance of sharing data and complement the hazard data and the vulnerability and exposure data to understand the evolving trends that we are facing and the patterns that we will be that we are facing and we will be facing in the future.
Thank you very much, Diana. I regret that I have to bring this to an end, but of course I'm happy for Muhi because he can take it forward. WMO Pillar 2 discussion, the question of risk information is critical across the pillars, so you will have an opportunity to share on this. And as I picked up also an opportunity for further exchanges between India and Maldives on practices on how different government entities can come together for the effectiveness over the warning system. Thank you, big thank you to my colleagues on the panel and to the presenters and to those online. Next round, please. Thank you. Muhi.
Hosts, our moderators, our panelists, our discussants. As you can see, there is a lot of conversations to be had about very complex topics today and short time. Thank you, Marco. But I hope you will see, I'll just remind you again, there's some instructions on each of the tables and we'll present the slide again. We do have our Miro board, which you could see before. I would encourage you, if you feel comfortable, putting your questions, putting your answers and comments. Let's have some discussions in the room. talking, but also let's have some discussions online. These will also all be incorporated into the reports. If there's some strong things coming out, we can also talk about them later on in the roundtable. So please do use this resource. It's easy on your phone. You can just hold and press and put a comment like those ones here. If you join on your laptop, you can type in some different comments. But just to give you a reminder of our guiding questions, they're up on the top in each of the pillars. We're looking at what are the challenges and opportunities, what is the value addition of working as a region, what are some of our cooperation efforts that can be strengthened and catalyzed through this early warning for all, how can we leverage technology, and lastly, most importantly, I would argue, is how do we ensure it's all people-centered and that no one is left behind. So please do use this resource to make sure we can continue having these conversations in the hallways, online, but also here today. And now we are all settled. So thank you. I will like to start our pillar 2. So this is the second thematic session of the day, and we're focusing on detection, observations, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting of hazards. As we had before, we have another esteemed panel here of experts at the head table, also with us here today in the room. And our first speaker, our host, our director, who's come and visited us from Geneva, from WMO, Dr. Johan Stander. Director of Services for WMO. We'll pass over to you, and I think you have a couple slides as well on the status. It's up to you. The floor is yours, sir.
Cool. Thank you. Good morning. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon. It's afternoon. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And let me say partners in ensuring that everybody on Earth is protected by early warning systems in not 5 years anymore, in just over 4 years left. And for us to be able to reach that goal, it is extremely important that we start working together as a collective. Yes, the WMO and the UNDRR is the co-leads in implementing the executive action plan. That we know. We know that we've got other pillar leads, ITU and IFRC. We've got UNDP on board. We've got ESCAP on board. We've got everybody on board. But what are we doing collectively to really do something in that region? We can't do this alone. Of the initial 30 countries, the first batch of countries, we've had limited responses back from the resident coordinator. Now, what will we be able to show at COP this year as a success? I don't know. The UNSC said he wants a success report. We'll probably provide him a couple of things which we've done. But the point is, we've got to start working now. If they don't want to take the lead, we've got to take the lead in those countries. And this morning, Marco and myself had a very good discussion. We said, now let us not wait for countries who are not on the list. Let us start engaging them. By the time their name is on the list, they've already done half the work. And this for me is important. There's only limited amount of resources available. Let's maximize those resources that will be provided to us. Because the end goal should not be about us, not about each institution, what they can do. It's about protecting the people out there. That's why we're here. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what the UNSG wants. With that, I'm looking forward to the week, looking forward to some bilateral discussions to see how can we best make this work, how to expedite and to really roll out early warnings for all to the benefit of those in this region. With that, I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Stander. It's some really important thoughts to help guide us in discussion, not only for this pillar, but for the rest of the day. Now, that sets the scene for our technical presentations. We have 3 for this session. The first one from RIMES, the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia, or RIMES, our good friends here, and I'll present Ms. Carleen Yu. We have one request that we keep these technical presentations more limited to 5 minutes for this session, as we need to make sure we make it in time for lunch. Thanks, Carleen.
Thank you, Tamili. I'm now very nervous because I have to stick to 5 minutes. and hopefully won't break the record of going over the limit. So good afternoon once again. I'll just very briefly discuss the innovations and as well as the initiatives we have in RHYMES that contribute to Pillar 2, which is on detection, monitoring, as well as forecasting of hazards. And as you all are aware, can we go to the next slide? As you all are aware, we have several challenges in Pillar 2, and most of this could be categorized into three. The first of which is in terms of the skill of a forecast in resolution, reliability, accuracy. The second is, of course, the limited facilities, monitoring facilities, infrastructure, technical, as well as human capacities. And sometimes in some countries, it's even the lack of these capacities. The third is in terms of a concern on sustainability, operation and maintenance, and overall sustainability of these systems, because there are a lot of programs and projects that install different systems, but there is no funding or support for maintaining or maybe sustaining these systems and the data that come from these systems. Next slide, please. So what is RHYMES doing that contribute to addressing some of these concerns? I'll just highlight three key things, and I think Mr. Rashid from the Maldives Met Service actually highlighted one of that. In 2020, we have established MOUs since 2020, 3 years ago. Up to now, we continue to establish MOUs to develop what we call as a data exchange platform. In this MOU, could you proceed to the next slide? In this MOU, we look at the platform as a process wherein the ECMWF provides high resolution forecasts, but then this forecast is improved. This model is continuously improved through the data that come from the Hydromet services, which signed an MOU with RHYMES. So we have, for instance, rainfall, temperature, and other parameters that are from the synoptic stations of those countries which have agreed to partner and collaborate on this initiative. And essentially, these data coming from those synoptic stations improve the model further. So once they upload the data, they also have access to high resolution 10-day forecast, 15-day ensemble forecast, as well as a 7-month forecast from ECMWF. But this initiative that we're doing and the DataX platform that we have, we're hoping to expand this and develop this further. But essentially, this would focus on short to mid-range forecasting, because we have another tool for seasonal forecasting. Next slide, please. So this seasonal forecasting tool, in countries where we customize this tool and platform for forecasting, countries also provide their data, climatological data for rainfall and temperature in particular, and then they have access to regional as well as global models and could develop or generate their forecasts. Next, please. So you could see here, for example, the probability forecasting method could be simple mean, wherein you average all the models and develop the forecast for the next month or 3 months or 6 months. But in the other slide, side, you could see the skilled weighted average, because this is based on the performance of the models, which models perform better for the month of August or September, or for the next 3 months of the season or the next 6 months. So this is essentially an effort toward looking at models which perform better and using these models more in the countries where these models are actually seen and verified to do well. Next slide, please. The second thing that I would like to highlight is, of course, the capacity building and training efforts that we're doing at RHYMES. We do a number of trainings. Of course, we continue to support seasonal and climate outlook forums in countries. And under the ESCAP Tsunami Trust Fund, we were able to support, for example, seasonal forums in Sri Lanka, Papua New Guinea, Laos, and Maldives. And then we have capacity building support for Hydromet services, trainings on weather forecasting, seasonal prediction, and others. And in fact, we have representatives here. I'd just like to highlight that we have representatives from Hydromet services with us today, because we are also having a training with them simultaneous to this Disaster Resilience Week. So in the next 4 days, you would see them around in UNCC building as well. The third, of course, aspect is we continue to collaborate and support ASEAN, Specialized Meteorological Agency, WMO, ESCAP, in terms of our efforts in sub-seasonal forecasting. Next slide. I have 30 seconds left, but I'd like to highlight the decision support tools that we're also developing in RHYMES for disaster risk management, ocean and marine services, agriculture and health. And ultimately, in the next 5 years, the hope is to contribute to the early warnings for all initiative. Next slide. So we just want to highlight, for example, RIME's vision of offering an integrated ICT solution for hydromet services as well as for the sectoral agencies. What are we referring to? Because most hydromet services and even sectoral agencies actually need storage facilities for their data. So cloud services is there. And of course, the database management systems is also there. And then we have already initial developments for the forecasting software systems for hydromet services for different, of course, different products, whether it be ocean or hydrology or climatology or meteorology or aerometeorology. And then all the products and services that would come out of these forecasting systems should essentially be integrated into decision support tools for different sectors, because these decision support tools would then allow for the integration of forecast and hazard information to that of the exposure and vulnerability data from different sectors and agencies. And once we have that development of impact thresholds, impact forecasts, as well as response advisories, then it's easy to then disseminate those things through web portals and mobile apps that could be accessed by different users. So in this experience, we have seen that this kind of vision over the next 4 years or 5 years in RIMES, it should be guided by, last slide. Sorry, I'm going over the time, just 3 minutes, because I just want to highlight that over our experience over the last 5 to 10 years, we've realized that really hydromet services and sectoral agencies just want simple, but really functional and integrated ICT solutions that would help them in terms of operation and maintenance of the stations, data transmission, data management, modeling and forecasting, and of course, dissemination. And then of course, we look at capacity building or technical support as a long-term and continuous process. We have seen NMHS, which had high turnovers of their staff. And so we need to continue this capacity building effort. And of course, we continue to support forums because these are venues where we do co-production, co-development and customization of forecasts into impact thresholds as well as advisories for users. So I'll end there. Thank you very much. And sorry for going over the time.
Thank you, Colleen. That's a very, very concise presentation. I'll now pass over. Our next two technical presenters are joining us online. So Mr. Rick Bailey, head of the Secretariat for IOC UNESCO. Rick, we will probably just put in a chat when you have 1 minute and 30 seconds up. So it's easy for you to see. Over to you, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Emily, and thank you for this opportunity. I hope you can see my screen here.
We can see your screen, just it's not in slide view just yet.
Okay, let me see if I can move this up. Sorry. Okay, let's go. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to present here. Whilst we're not a hydromet service in the tsunami program, more a geophysical hazard, we did want a chance to present here and how perhaps we can help in the early warnings for all initiative. We go back a bit of history here. We've been operating the Pacific tsunami warning mitigation system since 1965 after the Chilean earthquake back in 1960. Of course, 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami changed the landscape again, and we were given the mandate by the UN General Assembly to also set up systems for the Indian Ocean, the Caribbean and adjacent regions, the Northeast Atlantic and Mediterranean Sea. So overall, we're supporting about 144 countries and territories, that should read, and we've established intergovernmental coordination groups for all 4 systems. This gives you an idea. A lot of the world's at-risk coastal communities here you can see are covered by these 4 systems. And I'll mention later, and we've got tsunami service providers providing threat information to those countries. If we just have a look here and map back onto the early warnings for all, we're working quite closely with member states in a number. I think there's about 18 there of the countries listed in the priority list for them having been engaged with us, although they are members of our systems. To give you an idea, a quick look, there's a very well-coordinated intergovernmental network set up with ICGs for each of the regions. We have global coordination. We work closely through the upper committee there with WMO, IHO, IMO, UNDRR, UNDP. We have to work very closely. This is a multidisciplinary type activity that we're doing here. and we're supported by IFE's regional programs and offices and the Secretariat, which I work for as well. As you'll see here, we're currently working across all 4 pillars in all our activities for the ICT work programs. We look at one, we're looking at risk assessment here. So we put a lot of work over the years into this. This is, of course, the first base. Where is the risk? Which communities need to be concerned, etc. And then all the other decisions follow on from that. So we've been developing tools. We've been developing things like probabilistic tsunami hazard assessments at the moment, which we're rolling out. And thank you to ESCAP for helping us do that in the Northwest Indian Ocean project. We'll expand that across the rest of the regions. Of course, this all information is building into how we then are building inundation maps, which of course underpins evacuation plannings for once those warnings get to all. If we're looking now more explicitly on the pillar 2, we work across a lot of detection networks. The emphasis I heard before from our colleague in INCOIS, real-time data is so important. When a tsunami can arrive in 10, 15, 20 minutes, we really need real-time data. We work on what I've called here the sovereign national tsunami warning principles. So we have within each region, tsunami service providers provide the threat information to national tsunami warning centres in each country. And it's then their sovereign responsibility to decide whether they put their countries into warning. Most of these agencies are med agencies, etc. too. Multi-hazard, we're building in ISO compliancy wherever we can. We monitor the performance. We're building new products now and rolling them out for navigational areas, like for ships at sea. And we're following on from the good guidance of our Met colleagues and building competency training networks. If we have a look at the dissemination side, the pillar 3, an important part here, and it's for every hazard that we do, national warning chains. They involve a number of operators from our national tsunami warning centres to our DMOs, etc. Broadcast media are an important one here. It's important that each of these links has SOPs. We don't want weak links. Of course, the chain won't work. We build great training workshops frequently. We work with each country. Each country's got a different sort of warning chain network depending upon their authorities, etc. And then we test all of these every 2 years with major, what we call tsunami wave exercises in each basin. Of course, if we change that work, then we're not going to get those warnings to all. Pinning this, the warnings are not going to be effective if the communities don't know what to do. So we've established and implemented a tsunami ready recognition program. This is going in and engaging with the countries, but also engaging down to the community level. You have to be involved. If you're going to be developing evacuation maps, etc., they've got to be part of the process. So we established a program of 12 indicators which communities work through, and we're rolling this out across all the basins. Capacity building, of course, is a big one here. Our capacity guidance is guided by big capacity assessments that we do across the 4 pillars. We've done that in the Pacific Island countries. We've done it in the Indian Ocean. We're going to do another one next year. It's across all 4 pillars. So please, there's lots of information in there, and we openly share that with anybody who wants to use that as part of the early warning for all. We have information centres set up in each ocean basin. We work with UNDRR, World Tsunami Awareness Day. We have Secretariat field officers supported by the member states. Again, thank you kindly to agencies like ESCAP for helping us with a large number of capacity building projects. We're working in the Northwest Indian Ocean, building towards tsunami ready communities up there at this present stage. UNDP helping our schools, a major part of their communities, and a whole lot of member state aid programs. And dare I say, I haven't probably connected them all. UN Ocean Decade, this is a big UN initiative that IRC is coordinating. We've got some stretch goals here. We want to take what we're doing, we want to enhance our measurements, we want to bring in new technologies because we want to make our warnings more timely and more accurate. And also, we want to extend that Tsunami Ready program or national initiatives if they exist to cover 100% at-risk communities. In summary, we've been working now for a while, 144 countries. We are working across the 4 pillars, so happy to help on all of those 4 pillars. We're really working with member states to understand the hazard, implement the monitoring and warning systems, maintain those robust national warning chains, make sure that the communities know what to do. And we're willing, as always, to work with our partners across all the early warning for all pillars, and we'll keep doing our bit to keep building those national warning chains, which I think is important for everybody. So more than happy to work there, and more than happy wherever early warning for all can help us build those chains that benefit to us. On behalf of all across our communities, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. It's great to hear that the global initiatives that have been underway for some time really align well with the Early Warning for All initiative that we can pull together in these efforts. Now it's with great pleasure to pass on the floor to Professor Dwikwarita Kanawati, the head of the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics in the Republic of Indonesia. She is also the chair of the Intergovernmental Coordination Group for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning Mitigation System, as well as the member of the joint WMO IOC Collaborative Board. So it's a privilege to have you here today. Professor Kanawati, over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and allow me to start the presentation starting from slide number 4. Number 4, please. Slide number 4. Next. Okay. So although we discuss on the pillar number 2, but please allow me to start for the pillar of number dissemination, that number 3. In order to ensure that early warning for all will be achieved successfully, the principle is that indeed the community need to be prepared and prepared and trained. However, it is also necessary that the warning must be official source of the authoritative institution. So not every institution freely to provide the warning. That's the most important thing in order to avoid chaotic response, because the warning can be different from its institution. So that's why it must be authoritative source and timely, also accurate, in order to provide actionable warning. And that's why, because it should be authoritative source. So when we talk about the Indian Ocean, so the authoritative source must be from the government. So let's see slide number 2. We can see the map of Indian Ocean. We have 28 government. So that's why we have under the IOC UNESCO, we have intergovernmental coordination group on Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning Mitigation System with 28 member states. So again, these members have the opportunity to drive the development, the improvement of the warning. So it must be member driven, not down, for instance, from the organization like from the UNESCO. We have a quite close communication, routinely reported our progress, and we have the guidance provided by IOC UNESCO. But the program is member driven. Let's see slide number 3. This is the example how we do member driven. Again, we are in the circle red dot under UNESCO IOC. As the chair, I am supported by the vice chair, and according to the needs of the countries, the local or the region, we need to have several working groups. Working group 1 is to strengthening pillar number 1, working group 2 is for strengthening pillar number 2. And pillar number 3, 4 can be strengthened by another working group. We have just new working group that tsunami ready implementation. It is also the input from the members. It is not the mandate, yeah, from top UNESCO, but it is the needs of the members and guided by UNESCO IOC. And then we also have regional working group according to the need of the Northwest Indian Ocean and the task team on scientific tsunami hazard assessment. And all the activities is facilitated by the Secretariat. So we have IOC tsunami resilience section. The head is Mr. Bernardo Alagra. That's from the central, from the Paris. However, in the region, we are facilitated by the Secretariat, hosted by Australia. The Secretariat, the head of Secretariat, which facilitating us is Dr. Rick Bailey. And we also supported by Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Center in Jakarta, sponsored by Indonesia, and Secretariat sponsored by Australia. And both Secretariat is supporting the members. So next slide. Let's see slide next one. We have done that. Pillar number 2 directly due to the time limitation. So in this discussion, within the Indian Ocean, there are 3 tsunami service providers. No one single tsunami warning center, but we have 3 tsunami service providers operated by Australia, India, and Indonesia. And early warning system developed within multi-hazard environments. So like my agency, our agency is not only providing early warning for tsunami, but also for the weather and climate. And we comply with the ISO. It is mentioned by Dr. Rick Bailey. And because of the need of the member, we also develop a non-seismic tsunami early warning system, and then piloting the local tsunami observation through the deployment of ocean bottom unit in Indonesia. Next slide. We skip this, pillar number 3, pillar number 4, we skip this. We do that. We do all 4 pillars. However, this discussion is focused in pillar number 2. And this is just the example how pillar number 2 can be implemented and properly or successfully response by the community. So it is the success story, the lesson learned. And if we have time, we can discuss that more. And next slide, this is important one, slide number 11. Yes, we also managed to propose ISO 223283. It is the proposal for our group, and it is proved by more than 90 countries in the world to be the international standard for community-based early warning system for tsunami. And this is very important tool to encourage, even to push the private sector to comply, especially how to involve or to engage the private sector through this ISO in order to allow their support to the community surrounding their business area. So you can download this in ISO, and this is really very helpful to magnifying or to accelerating the readiness of tsunami early warning when we can make a ISO system to encourage private sector to be more participate. So private sector can benefit from this applying ISO for better market exposure. We also develop indicators, we also apply indicators developed by UNESCO IOC for the tsunami ready and various lessons learned. So I think that's all for me. So the conclusion This early warning, in order to be successfully applied, it must be member-driven, official source of authoritative institution, and the role of the organization like UNESCO, WMO is to facilitate and to harmonize, not to drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kanawati. I think those are some great remarks to help us push into the next session, to harmonize, to consolidate. I'll introduce our moderator for this next discussion time. This is Mr. Muhi from WMO. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Tamily, and thank you for all the previous speakers who have set the discussions on the Pillar 2 on the observation and forecasting. I think we see in here there is a big interest on science, and so we from WMO as the specialized agency of UN and UN scientific voice on issues on weather, climate and water, we are very much excited to lead this Pillar 2 with all of you in the rooms. And there are actually a lot of things that we can bring to the table, but due to the limited time, we would just like to invite the first discussion for the segments, Mr. David Corbally, the regional manager in the Asia-Pacific from the UK Met Service, to share his experience and insight. And while we having David, Dr. Corbally, to prepare his interventions, may I please encourage the people to write their comments or questions on the board, as well as on for you online or on the chats. We see a lot of attendance there, but we feel that a lot of people are getting shy. So please don't. This is a collaborative platform, and we want to hear your voice. If anyone needs help on the platforms, you can ask Naina, who is in the room today. You can approach me or Tamily after that. So please, without further ado, may I invite Mr. David Corbally from the UK Met Service.
Thank you very much, moderator, guests and colleagues. It's a real pleasure to be here, and many thanks to ESCAP for inviting the Met Office to participate. The Met Office has a strong history of working in partnership to support disaster resilience and climate resilience in Asia and the Pacific, and is playing a key role in supporting efforts towards realisation of early warning for all. Informed by these experiences, I'd like to provide some brief insights into some of the challenges relating to achievement of early warning for all for this region. Firstly, and of relevance to all pillars, there is a challenge in developing government understanding of the costs and benefits of co-developed early warning systems at regional to national levels and associated coordination and capacity building. Early Warning for All provides an opportunity to bring this challenge to the political sphere so that Met services and technical partners can be sustainably financed to develop observations and forecasting systems. Also provides an opportunity to prove the connection between government systems and communities for sustainable operation of early warning. Over recent years, Met Office and partners have been collaborating with ESCAP and RIMES to support the initiation of this regional learning platform, and it's great to see it in operation. In developing the platform, we held a series of annual workshops to review capacity needs for multi-hazard early warning in South Asia. And I'd like to reflect on 3 needs arising from these, which hopefully reiterate or complement some of the comments in the discussions and presentations we've heard this morning. Firstly, a need to support further the development of data information, monitoring networks and forecasting systems. The need to enhance monitoring networks and improve the case for investment by national governments and their knowledge of the benefits of investment in these. The need to utilise technology and innovation using remotely sensed data and satellite imagery to plug gaps in monitoring networks. Need for greater collaboration between the public and private sector to develop systems and to ensure compatibility and accessibility for all, and a requirement to promote benefits of data sharing between member countries. Implementation of policies and frameworks such as the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, WMO Unified Data Policy, regulations for WMO Information Systems Framework, WIS2, do provide an opportunity to address gaps in global networks, improve data sharing, and importantly, ensure more constituents can contribute and access to data, and combine previous policies for different environmental domains. There's a need to support developments and enhancements of regional platforms, severe weather forecasting platforms, climate outlook forums, etc., to improve forecasting capability, improve forecasting services to users. Organisations like ESCAP can provide a valuable entity regional platform, building on existing regional cooperation mechanisms to share information, standardised approaches, share information and case studies on what works, what doesn't in different environmental contexts. Finally, there's a need to increase efforts to ensure early warning is actionable by end users, particularly in vulnerable hotspots, as identified in the ESCAP Asia Riskcapes. This requires innovative approaches, ensuring early warning systems take account of local contexts, to develop impact-based forecasting approaches to ensure end users can be involved in development and testing of such systems, and to ensure services are action-based. Hopefully, initiatives such as the UK Weather and Climate Information Services Programme, initiatives such as CRUISE can support these areas as multiple multi-year initiatives. However, in particular, regional and national government buy-in and ownership, long-term resourcing and improved donor coordination is essential to ensuring long-term sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for highlighting the couple of important issues, one of which is the cost benefit of EWS that could bring, turn the challenges into opportunities on this. With that, let me next invite Dr. Balakrishnan Nair, Group Director of INCOIS from India, for his interventions of 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, moderator. I'm Balakrishnan Nair from Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, which is a one-stop stop for all ocean-related hazard early warning system in Indian Ocean region. We host the Indian Tsunami Warning Center, as well as we are slowly immediately going to as RSMC for the hydromet services, mainly the ocean state forecast and other the ocean related safety services. So let me, I'm working in this area for last 23 years, also chair some of the expert group in WMO and the GOES, Global Ocean Observation System. I'm a steering committee member. With this experience and the pathways and the shared priorities for the early warning system, let me introduce with a small statistics from the Indian area, Indian Ocean region, especially Indian coast for the last 1 year. We have almost 88 deaths reported because of the high waves in this region. And the death reported by cyclones and tsunamis and storm surges is comparatively less than 5. So it means that there is a prioritization is required. What kind of the daily kind of hazards which is hitting our coast. So when we talk about multi-hazard warning, so we also should focus of less talk the hazards like high waves, which caused a lot of issues for the coastal population. And it is very important because our the coastal tourism is increasing. So this is one of the area I think it is not looked about many of the forecasting the agencies or as a whole. So Rick Valley already told about the tsunamis and tsunami ready community. My suggestion is we should also focus on the atypical tsunamis. The Palu tsunami really make us or make think more beyond the seismicity related tsunamis. So the more detection systems, more analysis and more forecasting abilities should go for atypical tsunami systems. So when I talk about the ocean forecasting services, so the integrated inundation and erosion forecast is a main thing. Actually, it is discussed in many forums, including WMO. So I think we should actually make in really in practice as a part of early warning system. It is talking in our scientific level or WMO levels, but I'm not very aware that the integrated inundation system and multi-hazard system in practice, whether it is we are really encouraging, and it should be come, and I think more priorities should come. So because you know that in this part of the world where the coastal flooding as well as the erosion, it is coexist, especially during the monsoon onset. It's a big issue most of these countries, member states. Then, as I told in my earlier intervention of the last session, we also should focus on real-time observation systems. So as you know that in COIS is in collaboration with RIMES and other the bilateral relation with, we have establishing some buoy systems, like especially in Seychelles, where the data is freely shared with the international community, India and the Seychelles. It is improving the forecasting systems of all the countries. So I think this kind of issues, because you may be knowing some of the issues in this area is actually the sudden coastal flooding because of the high swells. So these are the some issues. This is very peculiar to this part. Then we also going to the tsunami ready community. Yes, it is actually coming in very good way in many countries. But whether we should think about a multi-hazard ready community in the event of our sea level rise and the other the increase in the extremes. This is one something we should actually prioritize. Then we also think about only forecasting and introducing the technologies for the essential ocean variables or essential focus parameters. We should also think about a kind of the custom-based products for the different kind of users. Thank you very much. This is some of my suggestions for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, for your insightful intervention and for keeping us on time. We had a message that we expect to leave the room at 1:20 because the restaurant will be closed at 2 p.m. So I think it's very important. But let's not this limited time. It's early warning, yeah, exactly for early actions. But let's not this limited time actually hinder us from having a good discussion. So while we opening the floor for question, if you could raise your hands, let me just remind you that the intervention of collaboration for the early warning for all is actually rooted on the support at the country rollout. So if you have not looked at the global action plans, I would like you to remind you to look at that again, focusing on the key minimum capabilities and the key question reflected on the action plan on the page 20. And because I represent WMO, let us also inform you that we have actually offer from the regions which last forever from the WMO regional centers in Beijing, Tokyo, and Moscow. And we have also regional specialized meteorological center with geographical specialization in New Delhi, Jeddah, and Tashkent. Something that I think outside the hydromet worlds don't know about, but we are always open for collaborations for the country rollouts. So let me open the floor from this room, and I'm also monitoring the Zoom platforms. Anyone, please don't be shy. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Amana. I'm from Fiji. The timely availability and sharing of risk information on vulnerability and exposure has been raised by numerous participants or presenters this morning. And also noting the excellent presentation by the distinguished lady from RIMES. We just would like, to pursue further some insights into how you are sharing about establishing data exchange platforms in order for our technical people through particularly our match services officers who are doing weather forecasting to be able to access this real-time data. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I invite one more question before we give it the floor to Rhymes and concerned panelists? If none, Ryan, Caroline, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For the DataX platform, it's very much concentrated on meteorological data at the moment. And Fiji is actually providing us with rainfall and temperature data, uploading it directly in the DataX platform. And Fiji Met also has access to the forecasts from ECWF. But as mentioned, in terms of exposure and vulnerability information, it's always been a struggle when we go to countries in terms of the sharing of the information. And so normally we end up with nationally available data from the statistics office and globally available or accessible data, either from satellite derived information or other sources. So we start with that. And when we have discussions with sectoral agencies, if they have a database and they're willing to share and sign an MOU with the Hydromet service, then that's the time that we're able to integrate their sectoral and exposure and vulnerability information into the decision support systems that we develop for them. And so it's a matter really of explaining and really trying to provide them with a background information on what kinds of benefits they would get from also providing their data into the system that we would be giving them, because the decision support systems would essentially help them in terms of impact forecasting and then monitoring what kinds of advisories they would be able to provide to end users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that satisfy the questions? Yep, thank you. Any more questions from the room? We have one question from Myra Boats on how traditional knowledge informed the early warning for all. I think it's very important. The notions of this pillar, I think, is not only about science, but science and society, and that's where the importance of inclusion of all the kind of messages or warnings. Any more questions? We have 10 minutes. No. Okay, there's one there, please. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
My name is Rahul Sengupta. I'm from UNDRR Regional Office for Asia Pacific. I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to share an initiative that WMO, UNDP, and UNDRR is taking forward in terms of disaster loss and damages tracking. And this is very important because WMO especially has through its Congress, got the endorsement for working on the categorization of hazardous events. And what we are trying to do is now with this new system, which is actually building on a foundation on the Disinventar, which most of you would know about, which is a 29-30-year-old system on loss accounting, is to build that or to link that with the categorization of the hazardous events. Many times we're thinking of, oh, it's all about historical data. But as we know from historical data is what we learn. And the better we have better historical data, the better we can do early warnings the next time. And so this linkage that WMO, UNDP, and UNDRR are working together with other partners is because it's quite multi-sectoral. It is a real important effort that's going forward on this issue. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, colleague from UNDRR. Very well spotted. Any other interventions? Yes, please.
Thank you to the speakers. I think in this particular pillar, one of the most important things when you're talking about data is data sharing, yeah, and also harmonization of data and information and making it interoperable. Because here you're talking about regional mechanisms and coming up with standards and platforms. So I'd like to hear from the speakers in terms of how the interoperability as well as the sharing of this through protocols or through some kind of mechanism is being made in the countries.
Thank you. That's a very important question. During the Extraordinary Congress in 2021, Resolution 1, which was adopted by all member states, clearly articulate the data should be shared. No, must be shared. Essential data must be shared by all member states. Therefore, governments do not have a choice. They've got to share the data. It's got to go through the quality control systems of that National Met Service. The non-meteorological and hydrological data can be seen as non-essential, but meteorological, hydrological, and related environmental data must be shared. And this is critical because our SG often says garbage in, garbage out. We all know it. And we've got to share that data. You've touched on it. They've got it. If we don't know where the data is, the numerical weather, climate, and weather prediction models will be poor. The weather that you provide out to the people will be poor. Providing the people at the right place to send disaster management agencies from point A to point B will be a waste of money because they've sent them to a wrong position. And then IFRC cannot act with the people there because the threat is somewhere else. But everything starts with the data. I will speak, I think, on Thursday about SOFT, but within the WMO, we've established the Sustainable Observation Finance Facility, where members like the UK, thank you, is also contributing towards. And we're using that facility to install infrastructure in LDCs and SITs. And we're starting with these 30 countries because some of them do not have the resources. The governments do not have the resources. And we're providing that to make sure that we can move forward. Colleagues, I think the time is up.
Excuse me, Mooney. Excuse me, Mr. Mooney. May I just add a few bits for this question, to answer this question about the data sharing? Just in our country, actually, the presidential decree also strengthening the data sharing policy. One data policy, and also another presidential decree strengthening the data sharing for the tsunami early warning system. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I was actually about to give you the floor, knowing your work about the data sharing in Indonesia, which we are well aware.
Thank you. Sorry.
Mentioned. No problem.
Thank you.
We've got a couple of questions online, but please don't be discouraged that we're not going to display them, but we're going to take them for further discussions at the ESCAP secretariats because we're running out of time. If I could just please let Dr. Standard from WMO again to provide last remarks before we close the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie. Thank you for our participants online. This is, and I'm not disrespecting our people online, please, but they will understand what I'm going to say. This is how we break bread. This is how we find solutions. Over a cup of coffee, over dinner, talking to one another, knowing one another. For early warning services, for all in particular, I'm not going to only talk about Pillar 2, because unfortunately or fortunately for my sins, I'm responsible for all technical implementation of all the pillars. I must coordinate that global implementation. And therefore, for me, it's important that we do not duplicate, but we support one another. We can't afford duplicating efforts because there's not sufficient resources. And with that, I would like to thank you, who's already part of this process going forward. And I said to at our Congress this year, I made the following remark. I'm going to make it today as well. Within Africa, where I come from, there's an ancient word called Ubuntu. And it's built on 3 pillars, certain values. Go and read it up. But Ubuntu actually means I am because of who we all are. Now, if we all adopt the word Ubuntu, then we will understand each other's needs. Because each region is different. Each country is different. Therefore, we need to understand one another to address the need of that particular country in that particular region. With that, let us join in the spirit of Ubuntu, as failure is not an option. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sander, for sharing the Ubuntu as part of the African culture. I know it's time for lunch, but let us share also the culture in Asia, which I think a lot of you agree with me, that we are united by food and coffee. So please do make yourself comfortable. I understand that we have to be back by 2 o'clock, but I give the floor to Emily. Last but not least, please join us on Thursday on the ground floor on the launch of State of Climate Report in Asia, where we will also provide lunch and networking events. You will meet lead authors and the key contributors to that. It will be on Thursday, 27th of July, 1:45 to 2:45 on the ground floor theater room. Thank you very much again, and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Join me and we can thank our esteemed panelists and the organizers for today and everyone online. It's been wonderful to have you. I think our WMO colleagues have shared. We'll break for lunch now. We'll come back at 2 p.m. to start on Pillar 3. So colleagues online, you can stay on this same link. We'll return back in, I think, 40 minutes. So 40 minutes time. Thank you so much.
There you go, Daisuke-san. Everybody is connected and on board. Should we begin now?
Koji, the participants are coming back. Perhaps we can start in
Okay.
3 to 5 minutes. Could give you a
Excellent. I will stand by. Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. I trust you enjoyed the lunch break. Now let's delve into our third thematic session of the day, focusing on warning, dissemination, and communication. So for this one, will be organized by ITU. And because it's ITU, we will have online speaker as well, because connectivity is obviously our topic. And so we'll just give the mic to Puji, who is joining online, who will be doing MC and moderator for this session. So Puji, over to you.
Thank you. That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome back to the session. My name is Puji Pujiono. I'm a senior advisor for coordination with ITU Asia Pacific. I would like to welcome you to this exciting session. No less exciting than previous one, I suppose. It was a full house. This one definitely is exciting. This will be the part of ESCAP 4th Disaster Resilience Week. And this is the regional learning platform for multi-hazard early warning system, focusing on Pillar 3, with ITU as the global lead. Now, in this session today, this afternoon, we will be presenting a wide range of the perspective in several terms. One, geographically, we have speakers who are coming from South Asia, from Southeast Asia, as well as from the Pacific. In terms of sectors, they're coming from the government, National Disaster Management Agency, the academician, from the telecommunication sector, as well as from broadcasting. Now, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, this session's objective is to have a shared perspective of what priorities pertinent to the Pillar 3, which is early warning, communication, and dissemination. And as we go along, we will also try to identify if and what kind of specific requirements for ESCAP's unique role in the region that will complementing, that will be supporting also the objective trusted to the global leads and of course the involved agencies and other actors. Without taking too much time, the session will have 3 parts really. One is the opening remarks, and then we will have a technical presentation, brief ones nonetheless, and then we will have a talk show format conversation. With that, I would like to invite Ms. Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of ITU for Asia and the Pacific. Dr. Okuda, if you wish to deliver your opening remarks, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of the ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And our office is based in Bangkok, Thailand. And I would like to maybe explain briefly who we are and why we are in charge of this pillar, which is about communicating the disaster alert and communication connectivity. As you know, ITU is the UN specialized agency for information and communication technology and digital technology. And we have been supporting member countries mainly with the telecommunication infrastructure, the digital transformation, as well as capacity development. And this topic comes at the right time. As you may have heard, the connectivity and more broadly, digital technology has gained tremendous attention under COVID. We know now that without connectivity, perhaps COVID response would have been slower and less effective. So due to the COVID pandemic, we learned a lot. But interestingly, I believe everyone is now applying that same principles and learning to disaster, and we should, because one, connectivity is important, the message has to be communicated. 2, the message should be understood. And 3, it has to be actionable. So these principles are applicable both to COVID response as well as to disaster situations. So I hope that this panel discussion will really focus on, okay, what is this pillar all about? What has been happening to support these objectives of the pillar, as well as who's involved. And we are very fortunate to have a prominent experts on the panel today. So we will hear more from them about what is in the play and what is on the horizon for all of us to support the gap analysis, as you may have heard from other colleagues this morning. So without further ado, can I move to the introduction presentation? And please make sure that you have a mobile phone at hand, because my presentation is very short, but I have a lot of QR codes for you to be able to learn more, because I cannot go into the detail, but I'll be happy to share the details through the QR code. So this presentation is about Pillar 3, the warning, dissemination, and communication. This is the critical part of reaching the people who need the alerts in timely manner and most at the time of disaster. So, okay, thank you. This is a little bit of unpacked version of this pillar. So this explains what are those components that will make the communication and disaster alerts dissemination possible. We have 4 components of governance, inclusion, infrastructure, and quality and trust. Some of the components may have overlap or may have been addressed already. So today we will focus more on the infrastructure and quality and trust. And this is where I believe there are many things that we can do together. And this is the key. So in terms of the infrastructure, even though we believe that we did a great job connecting the unconnected over the past decade or so, we still have 2.7 billion people unconnected, according to the latest ITU statistics, and more than 95% of that figure reside in developing countries. So we still have a huge challenge ahead of us to connect the unconnected. And this is basically the telecom infrastructure or digital connectivity part. It doesn't mean that the broadcasting signals don't reach, or they don't have amateur radio, which doesn't cover. So this 2.7 billion is a number related to internet and connectivity. Now, I don't know if that comes as a good news or bad news to you, but in addition to these traditional media coverage, we believe that there is much, much more the more advanced digital technology can do. So with these 2.7 billion people, there is maybe a little bit less that we can do to connect and to communicate with these populations. So this is a major chunk of work on the part of ITU to really go out to rural and unconnected communities and to connect them. Now, very briefly, the signals alone wouldn't do much unless you have a mobile devices, or you know how to use it, or the message comes in the language you understand. So just for your information, many countries have a very good coverage of 3G and 4G signals, but the challenge is not only the connectivity or network, so to speak. We need to have all those elements in place for everyone to get the alert. And more importantly, quality and trust. I would like to talk a little bit about CAP, the protocol, to make sure that one disaster alert or message can be communicated through multiple channels and can reach the people for their actions. So my presentation is all about that. Plus, then I'm sure you have that question. So we already prepared our presentation. What is it that ITU is doing? So we have a few slides to explain how the existing ITU initiatives are directly or indirectly supporting the realization of Pillar 3. So let me move on very quickly Thank you. To the multi-channel approach. So I'm pretty sure that many of you have experienced the natural disasters or getting the alert at the time of natural disasters. And it is very important that the message come through different channels. It could be broadcasting. By the way, we have the honor and privilege to have my colleague, Nabil, from an Asian Pacific Institute of Broadcasting Development. And we had an excellent summit in May to talk about the role of public broadcasters at the time of disaster. So he can explain more about the role of broadcasters. Now, in addition, of course, the PA system was very effective in the past disasters, and it should. We need many different channels to make sure that if one goes down, there are other means to communicate. And particularly important and has been effective, of course, is the satellite communication. So if I can share very briefly, and I don't want to go to all of them to discuss in detail, but at the time of the subsea volcanic eruption in Tonga, we managed to mobilize our ITU member, one satellite operator who offered to support Tonga to reconnect the international communication. As you know, Tonga has suffered for unusually long time, and the country has been off the grid for about 1 month. But we managed to work with satellite operators and find the ground station to establish or re-establish the connectivity. And I have slides on that later in my presentation. And additionally, more and more importance has been placed on the mobile side. How to use the full capability of a mobile communication is really critical. Now, as I said, that previous slide is supported by a protocol such as CAP, Common Alerting Protocol. So basically, this is a very simplified diagram on what happens at the time of disaster, and that will go into a CAP protocol, and then that will be channeled through different means of communication for action by people. And I have a video to explain a little bit more on what it is. Thank you. And of course, you saw the names of the partners, but
Breaking
I'd like
news,
to-
a flood is coming. Lives are at stake. People need to be warned. They need to know the key facts for this emergency.
Okay.
What is the emergency? Where is the affected area?
Yes, multiple channel of communication. I just want to, of course, acknowledge the contribution of WMO because this CAP protocol has been developed and promoted and implemented in partnership with WMO. So thank you for your support and partnership. Now, perhaps I can then move on to, what is it then that we need to make CAP a possibility and reality? Just for your information, CAP is not implemented all across Asia and Pacific, and that could be a challenge ahead of us. So in the gap analysis, we want to see which country has been implementing and how they are incorporating CAP in the planning and the implementation of disaster risk reduction strategies and activities. In addition, thank you. That's very interesting. This is from where there will be a lot of QR codes. As I mentioned, the very wide reach and expanding reach and coverage of mobile networks is critical so that when something happens, you can, of course, send the message or photos and any other vital critical information. So ITU has been supporting the member countries to make sure that, number one, the connectivity or networks or fiber optics for that matter are there. And two, it's resilient. It's planned and designed to withstand the natural disasters. And if it's damaged, there's alternative means of communication. Today, I don't have the space to explain the cell broadcasting, but they are critical technology to ensure that anyone who's covered in the cell coverage should get the disaster alert. So there are many important technologies that can be enabled through the mobile technology. And this QR code will take you to an interesting range of ITU activities related to the mobile infrastructure development and investment. Yes, thank you. She's also busy taking the QR code. Thank you. I approve. Thank you. In addition, as I said, CAP alone, it's a protocol. It doesn't save lives on its own. It has to be planned and implemented and ideally embedded into the disaster strategy of a country. And it has to be ideally simulated and practiced in advance. So from an ITU point of view, we work closely with the disaster authorities to develop a national emergency telecommunication plans. That basically, what it does is that in the event of natural disasters, we want to make sure that there are multiple ways of communication and all the concerned agencies and focal points know what to do and what not to do. It's not only about ICT or regulator or telecom authority, but more broadly, which involves different stakeholders. So this QR code will take you to what the emergency telecommunication plan looks like and how we develop. But this planning is super important because we hear that natural disaster damages many social and economic infrastructure, including telecommunication, and that will really prevent us using the CAP or any other. Oh, the time is already up. Thank you. So we can, you can imagine, I'm very passionate about this topic. So please, next slide. In addition, ITU has a very specific support mechanism to send equipment to the country at the request of the country to support and restore the telecommunication. And some of these equipment were sent to Tonga and other countries when the international and national bandwidth connectivity is disrupted. Next slide, please. So basically, this is some of the programs that we implement and which are directly linked to this pillar 3, including smart village, smart islands. We are connecting the unconnected island and villages throughout Asia and the Pacific, and we will make sure that the emergency communication is part and parcel of this initiative. For example, in the case of Vanuatu, we have a smart island in the very remote area of Vanuatu, and that connectivity was one of the very few which survived the earthquake and hurricane a few months ago. So that communication channel was very effective to plan and implement the disaster response. And additionally, we have digital inclusion to make sure that the villagers, girls and young women, people with disability, young people and older people have the skills to be able to use and communicate and understand the digital format of a disaster alert. And we have a cybersecurity as well as broadcasting partnership. Next slide, please. So this is a study which describes the digital divide, as I mentioned. So 2.7 is a global average, but the disproportionate number of unconnected people are in LDCs. So this is something that should be the priority among all of us within the context of pillar 3. Next slide, please. And as I said, we have several initiatives of Smart Village, Smart Island globally. In Asia and the Pacific, we are rolling out in 15 member countries. Next slide, please. Sorry, is it too fast for you to take the photo of the QR code? But this will be shared. Now, we also have initiative to encourage the women's economic opportunity so that it's not only a few who have the knowledge and skills and devices who can access and get the alert, but it's more broadly a broad-based reach of these messages. Next slide, please. Okay, can you? Yes. So we also have a special initiative to address the digital gender divide in Asia and Pacific. This is the QR code. And next. Digital skills. We have a program in cooperation with various companies such as Cisco Systems to teach the more advanced the engineers, training of trainers, as well as the training for the public at large. Next slide, please. And as I said, cybersecurity was found a major issue at the time of COVID. I'm not sure if you heard the news that when countries suffer from natural disasters or COVID, there are more cyber attacks. So we would like to strengthen the cybersecurity postures in advance so that when the natural disaster hits, it will not open up a vulnerability in the cyberspace as well. And we just finished the national cybersecurity strategy in Bhutan, but we work in other countries as well. This is just an example of how, what is it that we are working on in support of pillar 3. Next slide, please. In addition, just in case you have a question, we have a program on e-waste because there are now more and more devices in Asia and the Pacific in particular because of the size of the population. That means that the number of devices are multiplying. So we want to make sure that there's a mechanism in advance by default to discard safely and securely and sustainably so that these discarded devices will not impact the environment. Next slide, please. And additionally, we have a very broad-based coalition called Partner to Connect Digital Coalition. If you go to this website, you may see the number like $30 billion committed by partners globally. But we can do more, in fact, in Asia and the Pacific to support, to establish partnership, and to make sure that there are enough financial and human resources to address the challenges that I just discussed. Next slide, please. And I think this is the program for youth. There are many youth champions in Asia and the Pacific who want to support us. So we have a special program to channel the youth resources to connect the unconnected. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last. This is the capacity development program, just in case you are interested in. So I'm so sorry that it was a little bit longer, but I hope that that was interesting. And please do visit the website and resources through the QR code. And I'll be happy to share that presentation with all of you. Thank you.
I would like to move quickly. Which is very quick.
Fuji, I think we cannot hear you clearly. So perhaps I can yes take the liberty to introduce our next speaker from AIT.
Yes, thank you, Okuda-san. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself is Manjul from Essence of Technology here in Thailand, Bangkok. So I'll be talking about a little bit of general overview about use of prospects and challenges in using ICT in warning, dissemination, and communication. The content mostly from our own work or our partners' work. So I'll be trying to see how what are the challenges or prospects we have experienced so far. Next slide. Okay. So this is many of you already know. So important elements for early warning of early warning system, risk knowledge, monitoring and warning services, dissemination and communication, and response capability. So this hazard and risk knowledge, as you know that the Sendai framework, one of the top priorities is the risk and understanding risk. So, but this is one of the area which countries are making progress, but still, I think, long way to go. And this is one of the work we work in India under a World Bank project for flood, earthquake, flood, and landslide. And we prepare this kind of hazard maps and then vulnerability and risk assessment we did in India. So, but while doing this kind of project, we have done in Tajikistan, some of the Caribbean islands, India, Nepal. One of the problems with hazard and risk assessment is there is no software, good software tools available in open source. There are some, but those are very, most of them are hazard and exposure, limited up to exposure analysis. But in terms of real risk assessment, there are very few. Another one is Jesus in America, but this is very America-centric. So we have come up with a tool called RiskChanges, riskchanges.org. You can go there. And this is a platform where anybody, anywhere in the world, you can do the risk assessment using your own data. And for multi-hazards, you can put all kind of multi-hazard, multiple assets, different multi-user. And this is, we have done in collaboration with University of Twente in the Netherlands. And this is already open, and people can use this system effectively for risk assessment, even their very local level. Okay. So then second component is monitoring and warning. So this is also our work in India. You can, there are satellite-based rainfall globally available GPM data, and also there are some better resolution national rainfall maps are also getting available. So you can use this one. Then there are flood maps. You have to have a rainfall converted to say flood hazard map. So this needs some kind of modeling, and this is also can be done by many countries, but still many countries are still not very familiar with this kind of modeling exercise, particularly developing world. So I think this could be one area need to be addressed. Okay. Okay. So then one is also forecasting is very, very important, important aspect of early warning. And then some of these, we have done some kind of flood forecasting is coming from Indian National Agency, from ISRO actually. These products are coming and we integrate it into the system. And again, some countries, this kind of forecasting, rainfall or flood is quite developed. Even if I look at Bangladesh, they have a very good early warning system for flood available in the web, but many other countries they don't have. So this is one of the area also some countries are lacking. So dissemination and communication, the last one, we need a standard protocol for communication, robust and reliable communication channel to reach up to the last mile. So this is ESCAP already, Okuda-san already explained. I don't want to explain much, but this actually, we have implemented ESCAP in 3 countries, Philippines with PAGASA, the meteorological agency, Myanmar, Hydro and Meteorological Agency, and Maldives with the National Disaster Management Authority. And I would say it was very successful project, particularly Myanmar and Philippines. In terms of, because we work with the right agencies, technical agencies, because this is a little bit technical, technically is there. So if you work with the, like in Maldives, National Disaster Management Authority, they are not very technical. So we had some difficulties. So I think if you have the right agencies and with technical people there, it can be very easily implemented. And CAP is also now coming up in many countries. The work we are doing under World Bank in India, they also now bringing CAP to the system which we have developed. So then communication can be done using mobile apps if you have good connectivity. And as we know that many of the countries are mobile connectivity is getting better and better. And also social media, or you can use email, whatever. But I think one of the problem is this, at the time of disaster, how reliable these communication channels are. So if we have a hurricane or big earthquake, maybe this communication channels will physically broken up or other things kind of problem will be there. So this is actually QGSS satellite. This is basically GPS satellite, same as GPS and American satellite, but this orbit is different. So from Japan to Australia, including Thailand and Bangladesh up to is covered. One satellite is available for 8 or 24 hours. These signals are available, and using this one, you can send your early warning to the location or the particular person, some short message. But this is normally one-way communication from early warning agencies. It can go to the particular location, particular people. So this is, I think, being now expanded. I mean, testing phases. Japan, it is, I think, quite okay, but they are now expanding to Philippines and some of the countries they are trying. I think this is a very good system, and also being satellite, so it can be go to very remote area where there is no normal communication channels are available. Even it is very useful for the fishermen in deep sea. You don't have any communication medium, so but still this can reach to the fishermen if some hurricane is coming or something like that. So response capability. So response capability, one important thing is the location need to be, you need to know the locations. So for earthquake, there are a lot of earthquake networks and things are available. This is the USGS, but also in many countries, they have their own national system.
Right. I hope this is last one, Dr. Manzoor.
Yes, I'm going to finish quickly.
Oh, okay.
Just, it's not moving. No, move it. No, the slide. Yeah. So this is also some.
Well, listen, we can. Oh, there you go.
From satellite, we can get these the images also. And this is in Indonesia, Palu earthquake, this liquefaction immediately after. So you know the location. So also response capability is now the ICT using drone or robots. This can be also very effectively used for search and rescue operations. And but there are a lot of information from ICT from different sources coming, but you have to put together in a one kind of dashboard where you can use the information effectively. This is we have developed for one of the state in India at the time of COVID, how many in a hospital, how many beds are available, how many people can be accommodated, treated, all those kind of information is there. So this is my last slide, but one thing I would like to emphasize that this although it's all these kind of things we are doing in the countries, but in my personal opinion, many of the developing countries, they have very less technical capability to observe all these things. So we have to capacity building at the very ground level is one of the major area I think we should focus on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mansoor. That was very comprehensive. Now, you're saying that there are many capabilities in the country, Dr. Mansoor. The key is now who will pull it together, right? So in that regard, I would like to invite my dear colleagues, Ms. Anoja Seneviratne from Colombo. She's the director of the National Disaster Management Office, who is charged, who is assigned to pull this together and deliver the message to the communities. Anoja, could you just share with us very quickly, what are the functions of the NGO Center of Early Warning, and then what you are doing? Over to you.
Thank you, Fuji. Thank you very much for inviting us. With the time limited, so I quickly share what we are doing in Sri Lanka for disaster early warning communication. So as a signatory country, we follow the SFDRR, the target G, that is the early warning. So then Sri Lanka disaster management policy, it highlights that early warning creation and early warning dissemination, and then the response is all responsibility of the government with the shared responsibility, and the policy is also entrusted that. So then it comes to the legal things, act, it is also endorsed that. So with that, so the goal of the government of Sri Lanka is to, properly inform the able to take the early action for the based on the early warning to protect themselves. That means the community empowerment of the early warning dissemination we are ensuring in our country. So then the most important thing is that as in the keynote speech, it is very clearly mentioned that reach to all, risk and warning understood, and warning information clear and usable. So for that, we have done a lot of risk communication, not that only the early warning communication. To get the effectiveness of the early warning communication, what we required is the risk communication. So risk communication, particularly based on the risk existing, particularly for the frequent disasters in the country, such as tsunami, not tsunami actually, flood, landslide, high winds, and drought. These kind of hydrometeorological disasters, we have developed risk index. So that risk index and all these informations are available in web-based in our www.riskinfo.lk. And our damages and losses we share with the Disinentra, and a lot of, through our databases and all these things. First one, that means the risk communication we are doing with the public. So then still we are having some issues with the development of impact-based early warning. As Dr. Manzoor mentioned, that risk, development of these impact-based early warning, it is a must. Now, I mean, globally, we have achieved the reduction of the life loss in our nations, all nations. Now we have achieved that mortality has been reduced. But what we need to do is that we have to enhance the early warning communication to the sectors, particularly agriculture, transport, like that. So in disaster management, with the leadership of Disaster Management Center, we are doing a project to enhance the impact-based early warning, incorporating the proposed CAP systems and all these new technologies to these things. But there are another point I want to highlight with this limited time, that is the available technology. And when the countries like ours, we are having a lot of economic issues, lot of governance issues. So with all these things, what we can do is that we have to have a mechanism to harness the existing technology, existing knowledge, using its maximum potential. So with that, we have to do some early warning dissemination, and then we have to introduce new cheap latest technology, because particularly the open source technologies, those are the most suitable things for the countries like ours. So now Disaster Management Center going to integrate all these early warning systems with these aspects. So this is the summary for this topic, and we would like to share more information on these things. Thank you.
Excellent. Anuja, thank you. So, Dr. Manju, that's how a country pulls technology together to deliver and also integrate the warning with the risk information as well as strengthening response. Now, thank you, Anuja, for that. Much appreciated. If I could now go all the way to Tonga, to the other side of the world, all right? We have Mr. Alifredi Dwi Halamaka. He is the director at the Ministry of Telecommunication in Tonga. Alifredi, if you would like to just kindly, we know what happened in Tonga. It was just horrible weeks and months during that time, but what will improve in Tonga in terms of strategy? How do we move forward from here? I heard that you have this news project in Tonga. Could you just highlight very quickly for us what that news project is all about? Alifredi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tunji. And yes, thank you all, and thank you for the invitation for Tonga to talk and be part of this very important meeting, and to talk on the telecommunication cluster from Tonga. Actually, I was invited to present at the PRFP in Vanuatu last year. And to be honest, it wasn't easy talking about what happened here in Tonga after the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai, the explosion of the volcano eruption. The feeling and the fear that we had here in Tonga, it was something that that we will live with it forever. But anyways, I'm happy to share what happened here in Tonga, as well as our nation early warning system that has been up and running with the assistance of the government of Japan. It's a multi-million dollar project that we are now operating here in Tonga. And also, I would like to acknowledge Okuta's where she alluded earlier on, where when the volcano erupted, ITU usually come in as a first responder. The total of Tonga was cut out from the rest of the world. Not really totally cut out from the rest of the world. Like she said, that ITU came in and working out with satellite operators, we managed with our team coming together, since we are the telecom cluster that comes under my authority, that I have to hold in the operators talking and find ways in order for us to get communication out to the world. It took us 4 days, and I'm sure, Okuta, you might recall that we were up and running. after we found out that there was a satellite that was parking at our meteorology office here in Tonga. And with the assistance of the teacher cell Tonga, as well as communication cooperation in Tonga, we managed to get that satellite up and running. And that's where we start off with our communication out to the rest of the world after 4 days from the volcano eruption. And also to acknowledge the system from ITU, where they deployed 6 satellite phones, Odium, that will arrive in Tonga a couple of weeks later with the assistance of the ECD cluster from WFO. Anyways, Tonga was back up and running in 4 days, and from there we built up our connectivity through satellite with assistance through New Zealand and Australia. ITU kept on assisting us with bringing in our PTT phones, as well as the emergency telecom cluster, regional telecom cluster in the Pacific. But anyways, I'm happy to hear and see what has been shared, what's going on out there in the world with the emergency telecom. Let me go through my presentation. If you, Pucci, would like to show it up so that I can talk mainly on what we have up here in Tonga right now on our nationwide early warning system. And that is
if you could, sorry, if you could just quickly just mention the 3 elements of the news program of Tonga.
Okay. All right. Well, the 3 main element of a component here in Tonga, it's an emergency radio system where we use the digital radios, the early warning sound alert systems, as well as the radio broadcasting system. Those are the main 3 components of this project. Mainly focusing on radio telecommunication. Right now, here in Tonga, we can talk from Tonga through our VHF radio to the rest of the island out there. Do you see me on screen, Punchi? No, I'm trying to get back to.
I can. We can see you.
All right, that's fine.
But I think in the interest of time, what I get from you is that coming out from disaster last time, the news program that you have really try to capitalize on the radio wave communication to reach the islands and populations, right?
Exactly.
And building it as a part of a national network, right? Okay, good. Well, time is very, very short, and I think we get quite a picture from Tonga. Perhaps if you would allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to shift very quickly to Nabil Tirmasi. He's the program manager of the Asia Pacific Institute of Broadcasting Development, AIBD. As a broadcast sector, how would you see yourself, playing role and complementing what Dr. Manzul, Anuja, and Telefeti was telling already? Coming from Pakistan, you must have a first-hand information of how it looks like during the earthquake in 2005. Nabil, over to you. Just very, very briefly, please. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Puji, and thanks to ITU and other partnering organizers for providing AIBD and Intergovernmental International Organization to represent Asia Pacific broadcasting media. You have already mentioned about the accessibility and penetration what broadcasting organization offers, and I believe that it is a massive opportunity to strengthen early warning dissemination, especially to the remote areas. We at AIBD, whenever we are doing any policy level dialogue for media organization, or if we are designing any capacity building program, especially on disaster risk management or For example, the preparedness for any of our member country, we try to advocate 5 key areas. One is the power of public media itself, especially through the terrestrial and the community media. The second one is the potential of adaptive messaging. And then the collaboration of the media organization, not only with the national and local organizations, but also with the community media level, the grassroots media level, and then how to create compelling messages and coping with disinformation. So my response to your question will revolve around those 5 key areas. Just like the technological integration, previous sessions did talk about the importance of harnessing modern technologies regarding the efficiency of early warning dissemination. So we, as the kind of a bridge to the policymakers, to these institutions which are advocating actively on the disaster risk reduction and early warning dissemination, and the public broadcasting stations, we have to ensure that the integration of emergency alert systems into terrestrial network and proper training are being highlighted with time to time. And then comes the adaptive messaging. The biggest strength of any public broadcaster is its localized context, being able to be multilingual. So through the mindset of adaptive messaging, where we can tailor the messages related to early warning thing into, and especially rendering it into a specific linguist, cultural, and socio-economic context, that is very much important. And I believe that in the era of AI, it is needless to say that through natural language processing, broadcasting media now has interesting power to create personalized early warning messages, which resonate better with diverse communities and also ensure inclusivity as well. Also, I would like to mention about the data analytics for decision making for broadcasting organizations. Since media is connected with the grassroots level with its respective communities, and data gathering is relatively easier for them, especially when it comes to first-hand data. So by combining with the secondary sources of data and utilizing with a bit of AI-powered data analytics, broadcasting media can also process vast amount of real-time information, which can aid the content creators as well. I also mentioned earlier about the public-private collaboration. So engaging the private media, private sector, including telecom companies as well, and digital platforms is also important. But I would also like to highlight the importance of the power of community media, and especially the citizen journalism, and how it is important for broadcasting organization to syndicate with them, and also, if necessary, to train them as well, because they usually have limited resources. Now comes the content creation itself, the content. So the main content for these kind of situations is, of course, the public service announcements, PSAs. Now, short, impactful PSAs conveying essential early warning messages on preparedness, on evacuation protocols, and safety tips. Now, if the content can be disseminated regularly and the information remains fresh in the public's mind, and also it is readily available in the times of crisis. So we, as a media developmental organization, we do talk a lot about this kind of thing. We do advocate on policy level, and especially design the curriculum for the media organization, whoever are public our members. And especially lastly, I would like to highlight on the how to dispel the disinformation and misinformation, which can have a kind of a chaotic kind of magnitude when it comes to the disaster or any kind of disaster, any kind of crisis. So a thoughtful process or thoughtful approach by the broadcasting organizations can benefit a lot of its audience. So these some points are, I believe, some of the most highlighted roles of media which needs to be addressed.
Okay. Well, Nabil, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is really against us. This is what emergency looks like, when you have a lot to say, but the time is short. But colleagues, if I may very quickly wrap up, I think in this session, we have very broad survey of the field, if you like. We have ITU that present the larger picture of the end-to-end early warning, focusing on pillar 3, in which the communication, dissemination and communication, and a lot of things that ITU is offering. Dr. Manz has presented to us on the side of technology and science. There are options, there are growing technologies that are available there. The issue and the problem is that they may be disconnected one from the other, all right? And that's come the importance of the government, like National Disaster Management Office in Sri Lanka, that then put together the early warning with risk information, with the strengthening of the response on the ground in a coherent fashion, in a programmatic way, in a project under a proper policies and directives. Now, on the side of telecommunication sector, as the was highlighting in the case of Tonga, learning from the disaster last time, what they do is they leverage all possible technologies, both digitals and conventional, including radio telecommunications, and also considering the feature of the population in Tonga and the dispersal and all that. So that being leveraged under the program that called the news program, which is a nationwide early warning system. And finally, Nabil was presenting that given all that, the main part, if you like, of the communicating early warning is really to mobilize the broadcasting in terms of tackling the misinformation, building the capacity, as well as changing the behavior of people who will receive the warning so that they could behave appropriately and taking action. With that, I hope this is really a wholesome session, although the time is very limited. But I hope it gives us the sense of the priority that is required to push the pillar 3 forward. In this regard, also to identify in that large picture which part that ESCAP would play a key role. Now, Atsuko-san, as a regional director of ITU, if you have 1 minute last word in terms of wrapping this up, the time is yours, and I will pass it on to Daisuke after that. Atsuko-san, over to you.
Thank you, Fuji, for the very succinct summary. I'm wondering if there is any question from the participants on any topics that was discussed. Now is the opportunity for like 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation, because I think the dissemination and communication is very important to have an early warning. And I appreciate the approach for the multi-channel to convey this message to as much as possible. But you know, when there is a multi-channel, maybe the message is in different wording and could be a mess. How do you manage this problem?
Thank you. This is an excellent question, and we would like to definitely look closer into it. But can I add to answer the question? I'm so sorry if we don't have time to really expand, but Nabil, who wanted to explain the content creation, is actually they are the experts on packaging the information in the way that is understood by everyone, including different language groups. In particular, he didn't perhaps mention, but he can, about sign language. The importance of communicating to people with disability is also particularly critical So if I can take it offline with you after the session, I'll be happy to perhaps discuss on this particular topic, which is very important. So thank you for raising it. Anyone else from the audience? Yes.
Yeah, so good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the nice presentations, good discussions. So I think a lot has been said in terms of the technology, in terms of systems, but I see a missing link there in terms of the community engagement and also the awareness. Yes, definitely the need for packaging and tailoring of the information is required, but then how to make the communities be a part of it. And a big part of this whole system is also, I feel, the social cultural norms of the people and the community. Often messages are available. It is also, accessible, available on the, and they're understandable also. But again, there is a gap in terms of the action. There is no behavior change. Even they receive the information and understand it. So why is that? That kind of a gap question does this also pillar address? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is again a very important question. On the mobile side, for example, the mobile devices are owned by the head of the families and household who are men. So that really creates a huge discussion on the gender aspects of who gets the message and who acts on it. So on that topic, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at Catherine there. There will be a specific session on Wednesday lunchtime to address the gender issues in early warning for all. So I hope that all of you can attend and continue this discussion. But it's not only gender, it's people in vulnerable communities as well as youth, older generation, people with disability. So we hope that this conversation can continue, and this is really the core component of early warning for all Tier 3. So thank you very much for the excellent questions. And I believe that I summarized this session today. And thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity to present to you what we are doing and what we can do with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, please allow me to pass over to the MC of our next session and request the next round of presenters to move to the head table. Thank you, everyone, for your active participation and engagement.
All right. While people are shifting, can I offer my thanks to Dr. Mansu, Anuja, Ali Valeti, and Nabil. Thank you very much for the cooperation. Apology, the time is short, but we'll take it offline. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to our next session. If I can just have everyone's attention, please. Thank you. We'll be heading on in our program to the next session on Pillar 4. Welcome, everyone. I am happy that we have quite a very interesting lineup of panelists who will share their experience and experiences and expertise in reaching the first mile. So we're talking in Pillar 4 about response and preparedness capabilities. I will echo previous MCs. Please do use the Miro board again in order to so that we can collect a number of your comments that may not have the time to be raised in general here. In the interest of time, let me move on right away and hand over the floor to Ms. Catherine Clarkson, who brings her insights from her role as head of country cluster delegation and permanent observer to UN ESCAP from IFRC. Please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you very much. Sorry, these mics are a bit small. Good afternoon, everybody. So this is the last session in the 4 pillars, or the Pillar 4, but the most important. So well done for making it to this far. As Barbara said in her introduction, in fact, in the IFRC, we don't talk about the last mile. It's reaching people so they can protect themselves, their families, their communities at the first mile. So they are the first responders. We are the first responders within our own families, our own communities. Why IFRC is leading this Pillar 4? IFRC, we have 191 member Red Cross and Red Crescent societies throughout the world, 38 are within Asia Pacific. And in Asia Pacific specifically, we have 7.5 million volunteers. So these volunteers are connected in remote communities, all the places that are hard to reach that we're talking about. So let's use these volunteers as effectively as we can under this initiative. So I just have three points that I'd like to make as part of my remarks. And, what's different about this initiative? So we've been doing early warning for all, but what is different? And when I think about what is different, I think about 3 points. So the first thing is about the partnership side of things. We're uniting under one common goal. And if I can use the example of just the 4 pillar partners, so UNDRR, WMO, ITU, IFRC, we had never worked with ITU before. So this is, I've learned a lot about ITU in the last few months. And we realize we have a lot to collaborate on. So at the regional level, we're doing much more to collaborate as partners. And that's something different from this initiative. And I think if we translate that down to the national level, we've had examples from Red Cross, Red Crescent before, where we've worked with meteorological services, national disaster management authorities, and local actors like Red Cross, Red Crescent Society, civil society actors that work with communities. But we don't often build on these projects we've had together, these models of success. We don't build and scale them up. So I think that's an opportunity that we have through this initiative. We're working towards one common goal. The second thing I wanted to say is about investment. So financing. I think in the Sendai midterm review, it talks about that the action within communities was or is the least financed. The UN Secretary General said we need $3.1 billion for early warning for all to reach everybody. And a third of that, 1 billion, we need in Pillar 4, because it's the pillar reaching communities, preparing communities. This has had not as much investment. I think we estimate with climate financing, 2% of global climate financing reaches people in communities. So we have an opportunity through this initiative to be financing more at the local level. and financing through mechanisms that we have that exist. We'll talk about them in this panel session, and to reach people earlier with financing mechanisms so they can help themselves. So investment. And the third point links into the last question in the last panel, which was about inclusion. So we also know from the Sendai midterm review that marginalized people are being left behind. They are not accessing early warning systems as effectively. So if we want to reach all, we need to have a greater emphasis on everybody, both within messaging and also in action. So inclusion is my last point, that we can work on more under this initiative. So we're going to talk a lot more about some of the details of that, but I wanted to highlight what is different about this initiative? What is different for us? We have an opportunity, and let's not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for these remarks. We'll now move on to 2 technical presentations, and then we'll have a few comments from within the room and online. And then we're hoping to still have a bit of time to hear from you in the room and online. So moving to our first technical presentation, I hope that, yes, she is online, great. Online is Ms. Catherine Jones, the Emergency and Rehabilitation Officer and Anticipatory Action Lead for Asia and Pacific from FAO. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Barbara. It seems to be a panel of Catherines today, which is great. And also with New Zealand and Australian accents, so very similar things there. Yeah, kia ora everyone. Hi, I'm going to be presenting today a bit on the anticipatory action approach. And thank you so much, Catherine, for highlighting that important question. What is different about this? And what is different about what we're doing? And I think that's an ethos that through the Early Warning for All initiative that we're really starting to see is trying to change the way that we use early warnings and systems. I just want to double check with those in the room. Would you like me to share my slides, or is that being facilitated in the room?
I think, Catherine, it would be good if you share the slides, right?
Oh, perfect. Okay, because I saw them flash up just before, so I was just doing a cheeky check just to make sure. Thanks so much. So yeah, and essentially in a nutshell, I'll be talking about anticipatory action, where we are trying to change the way we manage disasters as we move forward, but critically also linking them to social protection. Another great point that Catherine made about financing. How can we integrally work this into financing mechanisms at the government level, but also down to the local level, so people have money in hands ahead of a disaster so they can protect themselves in a more dignified approach moving forward. Next slide, please. Now, maybe just starting with the basics, just very quickly for those who might be a little bit new to the anticipatory action approach. So I like using this way of describing it because it's nice and simple, but in a nutshell, it's about taking steps to protect people and their livelihoods before a disaster strikes based on early warning and forecasts. But I just want to rest assured, if you've heard early warning, early action, or forecast-based financing, or forecast-based action before, don't fret, you're in good company. We all mean the same thing. I don't know why we decided to do this to ourselves and go off in different directions, but we are all meaning anticipatory action here. So don't worry if you're part of this kind of word jungle. But in the heart of what we're doing here as well is putting communities at the forefront, and at-risk communities at the forefront, to see how we can protect them better between when an early warning is released and before impact. So that moment in time between those two episodes is where anticipatory action charges and makes the most effort. Now, with anticipatory action, it of course can relate to all the different pillars of the early warning for all, but I think it utilizes more so the first three and has a home in the fourth one here. But where can we protect and mitigate and scale up our support to support communities the best that we can to ensure they don't lose everything, but can protect their most important gains. Next slide, please. Now, to further break down the anticipatory action approach, we silo it into three key areas. So as I was mentioning before, it can fall into the different elements of the Early Warning for All initiative, so risk information, forecasting, and early warning systems. particularly when we're connecting with communities through consultations and various kind of workshops that we do with them from the start to the outset of the anticipatory action approach, is understanding who receives the early warning, how is it communicated, as past speakers were mentioning, language is really important. Is it understood? How can we translate that to ensure maybe vulnerable groups in society who don't naturally receive the early warnings do get those in a timely manner that is understood and actionable. Secondly is the planning, operations, and delivery of anticipatory actions themselves. So it's ensuring that we select actions that can be mitigative or protective in nature. Now, when we're looking at anticipatory action, it's mainly climate shock. So we might have, for say, 3 months ahead of a drought to do a range of actions, or 3 days, which is a very short period of time to do a lot of things. But we can use 3 days to protect and mitigate and send some actions kind of out there to protect and safeguard lives and livelihoods as we move forward. What we do need to keep in mind here is, are these actions able to reach the most vulnerable? Are they reaching the right people? Is transport going to get everything from A to B in time? So it's taking into consideration from the selection of the anticipatory actions all the way through to the delivery of them. And then the final pillar is financing. So scaling up that flexible financing that allows that kind of moldable space for when an early warning goes off, we're financing ready to go, pre-arranged, pre-approved to go out the door to those who need it the most. So instead of making sure that all of these procedures are done beforehand and ensuring that the money flows when it needs to be. Now, a really great example of that was the surf pilot that happened in Bangladesh, where a range of different UN agencies and the Red Crescent movement there came together, and funds were issued from the surf fund within 4 hours. That was the fastest in history because of all this pre-planning anticipatory action processes. Next slide, please. Now, speaking of examples, I always find it handy to kind of bring the theory to reality. So I'll just quickly touch upon 2 key case studies that we have here. One is from Afghanistan and the other one is from Vietnam. So it really focuses on that slow and rapid onset situation. Now, in the slow onset basket, we usually look at drought. So in Afghanistan, during the winter season of 2021, where there was also a La Nina and drought go pretty hand in hand when it comes to Afghanistan. So when there's a La Nina, there's an 8 out of 11 chance of drought coming to fruition. So it's quite a high percentage, but as you can see, it's not always the way that it goes. So we really needed to collaborate that with national forecasting and early warning information. That is, for instance, low snowpack data. So this is the amount of snow that falls on Afghanistan, which is really important for the spring winter season, combined with above average temperatures alongside vegetation conditions as well. Now, with this information together, we started to see some worrying patterns over the winter period and for the upcoming spring and summer wheat harvest. And we're like, oh, okay, this is a bit of an alarm bell going on. So we triggered anticipatory action. And it was actually 6 months prior to drought then being declared in June 2021, sorry. And a range of anticipatory actions were implemented. And this was unconditional cash, drought-resistant seeds, vegetable production, and livestock. Also on the other side with Vietnam and typhoons, in regards to Typhoon Noru that fell last year, both rainfall and wind speed was used to be able to predict the track and path of Typhoon Noru, and 2 anticipatory actions were implement both cash and also watertight drums. Next slide, please. Now, it's really important to understand that anticipatory action works. I think that's a really great, tool that we have in our hands, is that for every $1 invested, we know that anticipatory action can have up to $7 in avoided losses and added benefits. So it's cost effective, but also beyond that as well, it's a more dignified approach. Often when we're talking to communities, they're like, if I'm given a chance to protect what I have, I'm going to take that based on an early warning. And they often crave to understand early warnings better, so then they can action that on their own accord, and not only have agencies or the government support them with anticipatory actions, but take local action themselves. Next slide, please. But what we've been seeing with anticipatory action is we do have a lot of pilots, and it is kind of peppered throughout the Asia Pacific region. Now, one thing that we really want to see is this go to scale. Now, one key avenue to be able to do this is its link with social protection. So using already embedded government systems for us to scale up and basically harmonize with government systems to already target the most vulnerable people. Next slide, please. So how do we link them together? So we usually think of kind of a few ways where we can build on or make those critical kind of connections where anticipatory action and social protection can meet each other and protect vulnerable communities ahead of a shock. Now, it is a relatively new approach and we're still trying to gather evidence on this. But what we've seen is that the systems already exist within government. So why not use these systems that already target the most vulnerable across the Asia Pacific region, and to enable us to also mainstream anticipatory action? How can we then link these systems to early warnings that are already being issued to communities and that can be linked up with financing to protect people before a shock? Information already exists on the vulnerable communities and where. Most of the time that we've been engaging with a few countries from Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, as well as the Philippines, we see that they are gender responsive in a lot of ways. So we can use that information to tackle who is vulnerable quite quickly, and also strengthen those systems as well when we work together. The social protection and also anticipatory action systems, a lot of them have complementary elements that they want to build up. So when it comes to risk information, monitoring and assessment, this is something anticipatory action really needs as well. And both are working towards some really key critical goals together. And finally, COVID-19 really showed some promise where we saw a lot of governments in the ASEAN region in particular for the first time use their shock responsive social protection systems in response to the pandemic. So it's a very promising area where we've seen this upscale happen for the pandemic, and we're going to see how can we move that to climate risks as well. But of course, financing is always an issue and the key area where a lot of governments are telling us they need that scale up. Next slide, please. And just quickly on this one, where ASEAN is also showing its leadership by bringing these two areas together. So we do have what's called the ASEAN Framework on Anticipatory Action and Disaster Management, which was launched last year, which provides a key framework on anticipatory action for the ASEAN region, but it provides a bridge as well to the ASEAN guidelines on disaster responsive social protection to increase resilience. So these two products have been put out there and they allow us to really, I think, get into the nitty-gritty of this approach and how we can move it from a pilot to an upscale, and also have the government buy-in and presence as well for us to be able to explore this work. Next slide, please. So when it comes to connecting social protection and anticipatory action, we usually break it down into 5 key areas. The first is assessing the entry points, feasibility and appetite to pilot it. And we've seen that throughout Asia Pacific, a lot of countries are coming to the fold there. It's about establishing governance structures and agreements about the legality around it. And I know for now we'll be shortly presenting after me about kind of legal systems and early warning. Same here when it comes to social protection. The design, the planning from the warning all the way to the delivery, ensuring that that can be delivered, or is it cash that's going to be used in before the shock, or does the government want to use other modalities like in Mongolia where they use state reserves of fodder and hay to send out to the vulnerable herders ahead of the Zud. So there's different elements that can be woven in as well. And then testing and piloting, either in reality or via simulation, what works and what doesn't, and feeding that into a critical evaluation for potential scale up moving forward. And this is really the area we want to move over the next few years due to the lack of evidence around the anticipatory action and social protection coming together. Next slide, please. So I'll just quickly give an example from the Philippines, super quick, because I know that I'm also running low on time. So next slide, please. So in the Philippines, they're really leading the way when it comes to shock responsive social protection and linking it with anticipatory action. So in the province of Mindanao, the Department of Social Welfare and Development have decided to do a pilot on linking anticipatory action with their current social protection program. So they have what's called the Listenhanen 3, which brings the poor or near poor households into a social kind of registry or information that it can be used by social protection systems such as the 4 Ps. Now, the 4 Ps, to break it down, achieves 2 things. One is to break the poverty cycle with intergenerational kind of families, so making sure that the poverty cycle is broken. But then secondly, it really focuses on short-term shocks that can affect these families as well, such as the pandemic, but also leveraging that for climate-related issues as well. So this is where anticipatory action comes in. Now, we've agreed on the trigger together and the cash modality and also transfer value, and beneficiaries can receive this funding in up to 30 minutes once the trigger goes off and the banks have been alerted, and then they have about 2-3 days to spend that money before, hopefully it doesn't happen, we never wish it, but before a typhoon or a flood that is predicted comes to fruition. And our next key stage, as I was mentioning in my previous slide, is for us to move to that pilot area and to see how to implement it, learn from it, and scale it up moving forward, and hopefully see how this can be a way for us to protect the most vulnerable communities ahead of climate shocks as we move forward. Next slide, please. And that's it. And thank you for giving me a couple more minutes of your time. I'll hand you back to Barbara in the room. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. This was great. Also very much appreciate the examples that you've been giving us. Now it becomes a little bit more complicated because there are no more Catherines on the panel, but bear with me. Next up, we have my colleague Fina Oleveni, who is the Disaster Law Coordinator at IFRC and who will share her thoughts on the topic, please.
Great, thank you so much. Is that loud? You can hear me fine? Okay, Malo Lele, it's lovely to be here. And thank you so much for the presentation, Catherine. So a lot of what I'll be saying today will link quite closely with some of the things that Catherine shared as well. So I'm part of the disaster law team with the IFRC, and we've been working for about 20 years supporting governments and providing technical support to our governments on disaster law, working through our Red Cross, Red Crescent national societies. And I guess this is an example of existing programs whose objectives align quite nicely with the objectives of the Early Warning for All initiative. So I'm really going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been doing in terms of strengthening legal frameworks for anticipatory action. And then at the end, I'll probably leave with a couple of reflections. So as I mentioned, we normally work with disaster management acts, looking at how to strengthen them, supporting governments to strengthen. So around about last year, we started actively engaging with the Anticipatory Action Technical Working Group, and really just having those conversations over coffee saying, you know, while we're looking at strengthening at a country's Disaster Risk Management Act, how can we incorporate anticipatory action into that? And that kind of led to more discussions around how we can integrate disaster law and anticipatory action, which, as Catherine mentioned, led to a pilot in Timor-Leste. So that's together with the technical working group. We partnered with them to see how we can do this in Timor-Leste. And out of that, really they're now developing their anticipatory action roadmap. And so it went really well. So of course, the next step is, wow, that was great. How can we scale it up? So the next step for us was at the regional level. So in March earlier this year, we partnered with UN agencies in the Pacific and also together with the Pacific Resilience Partnership. And we conducted a 3-day, I think we called it the Pacific Week of Anticipatory Action. Now, unlike what I would usually do and just bring the NDMOs, we also brought the Met Service together to this workshop to really talk about how we can strengthen legal framework. So we used our existing disaster law tools. We were able to review and assess 18 national frameworks against our disaster law tools. We were able to identify some great successes, but also identify the challenges that need to be effectively addressed through law and policy. Now, of course, for us, that was a huge success, bringing Met Service, NDMOs into a room. A big lesson learned was we missed the finance folks. And so definitely next time we will be looking to bring everyone together to the table. After that, all of us agencies that were involved in pulling that together just said, we need to do this more together. And as Catherine mentioned, there were agencies there, UN agencies, that had never traditionally been part of the space, but this Early Warning for All initiative really is able to bring all of those interested parties in to kind of connect and to collaborate. So there's kind of like an informal collective now in the Pacific on AA that we just work together and collaborate in the support that we're providing to governments and to countries. So at the moment, this collective is working with the Fiji government, who will be piloting their first AA protocol on tropical cyclones in the coming months. So we will continue to keep connecting with them and providing support. In addition, IFRC has been promoting the use of one of our most recent funding mechanisms, and this is called the Simplified Early Action Protocol, and hosting a series of write shops. My colleague Raymond in the back there will probably touch on this. And this is really to sit with Red Cross, Red Crescent, national societies, and just walk through how to apply for this funding mechanisms, because this will enable funds to get to them in advance of hazards. And this really is supporting the facilitation of funding directly to local organizations and to communities. Probably lastly and most recently, last month in Nepal at the Asia Pacific Dialogue platform, we held a session on institutionalizing AA into law and policy. And out of the session came a very, very strong call from the governments who were present to establish a subgroup. So sitting under the technical working group for AA, but a subgroup that focused solely on law and policy. And the kind of things that were coming from governments is, we want a one-stop shop. If I want some technical support, I want to know where to go. If I want to know what's best practice currently in the region or in other regions, where do I go? If I'm having problems and I want to talk to another country who's also going through a legal review, where do I go? And so these were the kind of calls that were coming out from governments. And I'm really, really happy to say that at the last AA Technical Working Group meeting just a couple of weeks ago, we managed to establish this subgroup. So now it's formed, and this will provide really a platform to be able to consolidate coordination and collaboration to support national governments in the strengthening of their legal frameworks and anticipatory action. And just a quick note on that, they got word of this in Geneva, and they've invited us to the global platform in Berlin later this year, because they want us to present on how this happened and the benefit for countries, and they're looking to actually replicate this in the other regions as well, which is a huge success for Asia Pacific. So I've talked about a lot of activity, but before I end, I would like to share some key reflections. And the first is that anticipatory action needs an enabling environment in order to be truly effective. So it really needs to be captured and reflected in laws and policies. But it doesn't end there. These laws and policies, they need to be people-centered, they need to be inclusive, and they need to be developed with the end users in mind. So not just ourselves, our governments, our mandates, but also with the communities and marginalized populations in mind. Now, I'm stressing this because we talk about it a lot at these conferences. We spend days talking about this, and then when it comes down to the crunch, when I'm going in and supporting, very rarely does it make it to actual law and policy. And so I just can't stress that enough, that, you know, the things that we talk about need to actually make it down to the frameworks that we create as well. And on that note, I'll say that strengthening legal frameworks is an opportunity to not only strengthen them, but to actually mandate. You can mandate regional, national, and local collaboration and coordination. And I think there was a great example, I think it was the WMO director this morning who said, and he talked about that in terms of data sharing, governments don't have a choice. The actual phrase says that they shall share their data. So you can actually mandate this regional cooperation, local cooperation. Oh, I'm almost done. Thank you so much. So you can, that's one of the roles of law and policy, is that you can mandate actions, and you can also clarify rights, roles, and responsibilities. I'll also say that the laws need to be collective. They need to be embedded in the national system. They can't be siloed. They can't be standalone. And importantly, the national frameworks and the systems that we're looking at, they have to connect down. They have to connect to the subnational, provincial, and local frameworks. And we really, really need legal frameworks that empower local actors and that help get more financing and more resourcing into the hands of communities. We can't stop at national level frameworks. And I'm emphasizing this again because this is another thing that we love to talk about, but very rarely make it into law and policy. In the same way, our national frameworks should also be connected to overarching regional frameworks and strategies to ensure that there's a consistent approach, but also to ensure that you can mobilize regional resources into national context where needed. And in this vein, I would probably urge us all to support the development of a regional strategy on early warning for all that national level frameworks and strategies can align to. Our laws and policies shouldn't remain static. We need to be constantly updating them, reviewing them. When we have lessons learned, review at that time. We can't keep waiting for a disaster to happen and then think, darn it, our law was not up, it was not fit for purpose. It wasn't up to scratch, and we weren't able to respond effectively because of that. I know my time is up, so I'll probably end just by saying that now that we actually have in Asia Pacific, the first ever subgroup on law and policy for AA, I would encourage you, well, first of all, I would invite you all to join and encourage you to use us. At your fingertips, you have the expertise of a multitude of organizations who can help you tailor, strengthen your legal frameworks for your national governments. Malo Obito, thank you.
Thank you very much, Finau, for these inspirational words and for this reminder that we need to walk the talk. We'll now move to the moderated discussion. And it's my pleasure to hand over to Mr. Shamil Ibrahim, who is the Manager of Programs and Services at the Maldives Red Crescent.
Thank you, Barbara. I hope that everybody can hear me okay. I'd like to sort of bring the perspective of working with communities, as I think all our pillars sort of focus around at the end reaching the communities who are the most vulnerable. From looking at the Maldives, the vulnerability to disaster was brought to the forefront of our country during the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. It actually proved to be the catalyst for the establishment and strengthening of disaster management systematically in the country, and also the formation of local actors such as our National Society, the Maldivian Red Crescent. Over the years, collectively with local and international partners and the government, we've made significant investments to build the capacity in disaster risk management, focusing on adaptation, and as well as developing participatory approaches to preparedness and response in local communities. The past 15 years, the Maldivian Red Crescent, closely with the National Disaster Management Authority of the Maldives, and working with local government, has implemented the participatory approach to disaster preparedness in local communities. By taking this approach, we have conducted vulnerability capacity assessments in island communities, developed island disaster management plans, and trained emergency response personnel in island communities to act during disasters and emergencies and building that resilience at a community level. However, as my colleague from the National Disaster Management Authority from the Maldives highlighted, the Maldives consists of 500,000 people dispersed across 200 inhabited islands, small and very remote and very vulnerable. The geographical dispersion of these island communities, the exposure to different hazards, and the vulnerabilities which comes with rapid urban development and the climate crisis are some of the key challenges we face in executing critical interventions for disaster preparedness. The integration of strong early warning mechanisms into the existing community level preparedness and response processes, as well as within the legal framework, can be hugely instrumental in guiding community action across communities. There is a need to strengthen community infrastructure and mechanism for relaying early warning to island communities and how it can guide early action in communities. This includes avenues to reach the different demographics, including a huge migrant population of different nationalities, which is dispersed in the Maldives. Innovative technologies and approaches can further allow us to maximize this reach of early warnings to communities and those who are living in the most remote parts. Most crucially, investment in the engagement and capacity building of local actors such as local governance, CSOs, and other organizations in communities remain vital for disaster readiness, as they play the significant role in the dissemination of early warning and guiding appropriate action in their communities, ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this intervention. Next, I would like to check if we have Mr. Ku Bunabut online, please. Oh, even better. Wonderful. Sorry about this. Please go ahead.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for giving me a floor to intervene on this session. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and delighted to attend this thematic session for. Taking this opportunity, I would like to inform you that Cambodia has been developing Cambodia Disaster Management Framework and National Action Plan 2019 and 2023, and National Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction 2023, NEP on DOO. Both are the primary documents that will guide national efforts to achieve the national vision of safe and resilient communities for sustainable national development. In response to the various hydrometeorological hazards by using an effective early warning system, the National Committee for Disaster Management, NCDM, in collaboration with the line ministries and with the support and assistance from the development partners, has been establishing an early warning system we call 1294 for preparedness, and a platform for real-time impact and situation monitoring PRISM for the response phase. Firstly, the early warning system 1294 is a Cambodia early warning system that saves lives by providing accurate and timely flood information to vulnerable communities nationwide. First developed by People in Need organization in 2013, early warning system 1294 is now recognized as Cambodia official multi-hazard early warning system, owned and managed by the National Committee for Disaster Management. The system is operational in all 25 provinces of the country. And in 2022 alone, the system deliver more than 225,000 alerts to at-risk populations at the community. Secondly, in collaboration with the World Food Programme, the platforms for real-time impact and situation monitoring PRISM application was created and is being used across the country to assist decision makers in responding to a shock in a timely manner and to improve access to early warning communication for vulnerable communities. PRISM is a web-based platform that provides timely information on population risks on multiple types of hazards, and it is linking the field assessment information, early warning systems, remote sensing technology, and socioeconomic vulnerability data altogether. Finally, I would like to wish distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with good health, stay safe and great success. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for this intervention. Next, we will be joined online by Ms. Emmeline Siale Ilolahia, who is the regional representative of the Pacific Islands Association of NGOs. Siale, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I hope that my sound system is okay. Set. Bula Vinaka, Malolele from Fiji. I'm Siale Ilolahia. I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Islands Association of Non-Governmental Organizations. It's good to see my colleagues there that are part of the panel, but also to hear the sharing from the part of the previous sessions, but also the previous speaker. I would like to share some reflections perhaps on the community level preparedness and what can communities contribute to the early warning and how traditional knowledge and response to disasters being challenged by climate change. And I think I'll share that from this perspective because we often find that we are going to the community to teach them everything. But there are already existing knowledge, particularly from the Pacific, because we experience cyclones every year. We are lucky and happy if 1 year we go into a Christmas holiday without any cyclone warning. So I thought that this will be a good, perhaps perspective to look at it from a strength-based community approach to informing how our early warning system works. So we do need to recognize that building trust in the early warning system is important. The official early warning systems, such as the National Meteorological Services and others, are literally managed by government, as well as the media distributions of informations shared to the public. Often in some of our communities in small island states in the Pacific are actually government run services. So the consistency and access and timely of those services can help community build trust in the system. And that's critical because we can tell people as many informations as much as we can. But if they don't trust our weather forecast, they'll usually just like ignore. So how do we build the trust in our early warning system? Establishing community alternative early warning system from a localization lens. The traditional early warning knowledge that has been established with communities, understanding of their relationship with nature, is now being disrupted by changes in climate. So how do we empower communities and give them the thinking space to clearly articulate of what the alternative, yet still grounded on their understanding of their environment? Tonga, for example, in the experiences of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai disaster, the CSO response stories from the communities when the tsunami alert sounds failed to work in this particular disaster was actually stories of faith being translated to strengthen the relationships as community coping mechanisms. Support localizations and locally led connections to early warning systems so community trusts that their traditional knowledge on daily weather observation can count for something so it can be linked to saving lives. For example, in Fiji, as our members of Fiji Council of Social Services community observation report are being submitted daily to NDMO, and activation is aligned to weather forecast. This can also speak to community-generated data being recognized and incorporated to inform early warning systems official data set, which often is not the case in some countries because we thought that community-generated data are not validated data. The early warning system has to be part of a holistic humanitarian system. When you get the warning, what do? Do we have all the system activated? Do we have the evacuation centers ready? Do we have the community response committees activated? These structures have to be in place, and oftentimes the communities are not in any of those leadership positions to make those decisions or to make those system works. The allocation of anticipatory funding to allow these communities to respond should also be considered in a holistic approach to early warning systems. So in summary, these are my points that I thought that I'll just share. Communities can contribute in building trust in our early warning system. That's one. Two, have alternative early warning systems should systems fail. Three, support localization initiatives such as community-generated data from community early warning observations to inform early warning system learning loop. And the last point, early warning system holistic approach should include anticipatory actions funding to support community response. Thank you for the opportunity, Malo.
Thank you so much for these crucial insights into the central role of communities in early warning. And thank you also for joining us at this late hour over there. Thanks a lot. Last but certainly not least, I'll hand over to Mr. Raymond Singh, who is the Anticipatory Action Coordinator for IFRC, but who is also representing the Anticipatory Action Technical Working Group for Asia and the Pacific.
Good. Yeah, thanks so much. Maybe just continuing with the conversation on anticipatory action financing. So let's talk about the money. Where is it and what is it for? I think we heard a lot about the early warning side, but we also need to look at the action side. And because I think all the efforts that are being made in terms of strengthening the early warning, then also makes the case for translating the early warning into early actions. I wanted to mention that because this really is crucial for the financing that we need, because we have to take actions in a very short time frame. Normally have a warning maybe for a typhoon, and within 30 hours or maybe a few days, we have to take actions. But that also means that we need to have money that is flexible, it needs to be guaranteed, and it needs to be at the right location. Normally, we make sure that this is the case if we put all the ingredients of anticipatory action, so that's the early warning and the action, we put that into a protocol, and it comes together because we have the financing attached to it. And I think that's normally very important that we have. For example, Catherine also mentioned the SURF AA pilots that we have in Bangladesh, Philippines, and Nepal. This makes sure that all the organizations and all the partners know, okay, this is our trigger, this is the action, that's the financing that is attached to it, because it means that it is guaranteed financing that comes at the right point. But I think the financing for Pillar 4, I think Catherine mentioned it's a third of the overall budget, right? It also needs to be, again, at the right level, right? It doesn't need to be at HQ level or global level, also not at the regional level, and actually not even at the national level. If we have funds for anticipatory action, it needs to be at the local level. We see that, for example, in Bangladesh, again, where we have few hours to implement something, the money normally doesn't even go from the national bank to a local bank within that time frame that is required. So the seed funds that, for example, the Bangladesh Red Crescent has available, 60 seconds, yes, it really helps to make sure that we can take these actions. But then maybe also to mention 2 more points: coordination of anticipation. That then includes the financing aspect. I don't think we need to create something new, but again, use the existing instructions that we have within governments, or then also we have national technical working groups on anticipation in addition to the regional technical working group on anticipation. Yeah, because I foresee and FAO, we co-chair the Asia Pacific Technical Working Group on AA. And again, also just to mention that I think a lot of the organizations here are already part, but also if you want to be part, it is of course open to all organizations, including governments, because it might be an interesting way to make sure that we're all coordinated. Okay, and the time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. I think we're nearly out of time, but I believe we're allowed 5 more minutes, Emily. Is that correct? Yeah. If there are any burning questions or comments, Sunny, please.
Thank you very much. This gives me an opportunity to elaborate on the points I raised earlier, because the messages in my narrative resonates very well with this Pillar 4. And thanking the Federation, the Red Cross and Red Crescent system for highlighting the importance of investing at people and community level. And I'm hoping, Raymond and others, that when people talk about increase in financing, I would certainly advocate for a favorable investment to investing on people, human agency, community, and grassroots organizations. And the reason why I'm saying this is that it's a very small amount of time, but we know that the Red Cross and Red Crescent system is pioneer in many of these efforts. I've been involved, of course, with the Cyclone Preparedness Program long time ago. I've worked with FINAW and others on IDRL, but most recently, whenever UNDP intervenes in, for example, in tsunami preparedness for school children, we work with Maldives Red Crescent Society and many other national societies. So they are in place. But the main point that I like to say is that, inspired by a question by Catherine, what should we do differently? And I offer a few points that I mentioned earlier. And I like to emphasize, of course, that certainly we should be thinking more about outcome rather than process, because we know the process already. We have been working on this. And so I would offer, again, the same 3 points that I mentioned earlier. Outcome should be expressed in terms of building resilience. And in this case, enhancing human agency, that people can make a choice based on risk information and early warning received, and they are impressed enough to undertake their own measures so that they can protect their lives, property, and livelihood. The second one, of course, is that, again, to emphasize that there are differential vulnerabilities. And I like what I heard about ensuring that people with disability, gender differentiated early warning system will be given proper attention. And we're not there yet. There are a lot of studies that say we're almost less than 10% of inclusion among people with disability. And we are not so proud of what we have accomplished in ensuring that there's gender equality. But also we have to talk about what's the future for the young people who will suffer with climate change in the future. So my last point was about transformative actions, and processes. And when we talk about this, I don't think we can afford only to tick the box. We certainly have to look at changes of relationship, which I also heard from this meeting, I think from the Pacific NGO. When we talk about transformative action, I think we should look at changing relationships between people and institutions. That people should be central to what institutions should be planning. We should be looking at changes of relationship between people and people with people, how social cohesion can be further enhanced, especially with interconnected risk. And finally, the relationship between people with planet, where we see that people with the Anthropocene age is the biggest contributor of climate change. I hope that's useful.
Thank you very much, Sunny, for these points. I think looking at the time, we're about to close here. I think I'm just supposed to tell you that there are refreshments outside. Please don't turn this into an actual coffee break because we're continuing right away. But do feel free to grab something that you're not supposed to bring in here, right, Emily? Yeah, have a quick bite or a quick water if you need to, but then please come in here as fast as possible and don't go just yet because I'm quickly handing over to Catherine for the closing of our session. Thank you all so much.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, and yeah, especially all the panelists. Just a few final points. One, in this initiative, let's not lose sight of people. So it's about people, all people receiving messages to protect themselves, their family, their communities. So let's not lose our focus on people. Not the last mile, but all of us at the first mile, the first responders. Secondly, on financing, let's also use the opportunity to invest in the right areas. And it's not to take it away from the other pillars. This is a collective initiative. But again, let's focus on people. So where the action level is, that will save lives. Siali raised a great point, which I forgot, on trust. And this is something we also learned under COVID. It's not just about the message. It's about who gives the message and is the source trusted. So that's also critical in communities in trusting the organization, the individuals that are sending messages when it relates to early warning and what they need to do. And yeah, and lastly, just to reiterate on the partnerships, I mean, let's use this opportunity to move beyond projects, really look at organizations, what they're set up to do. There are many organizations working in communities. I mean, our network is one of them. There are many CSOs. These organizations have the experience with communities, so just work with them. And rather than recreating sort of projects that reach communities, just enhance partnerships, and we can really turn this in a few years into having much better outcomes for people. Thank you. And I think you can get a refreshment. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. Welcome to the very last segment of a very long but rich day on early warnings for all. We've had stories from the mountains to the islands, from satellites to broadcasters and evacuation plans. It's been a very rich day. We've still got quite a few colleagues online, quite a few colleagues in the room. This is really a great opportunity now to bring up any of the burning questions that we've had throughout the sessions and bring our collective mind together on what does early warning for all look like for this region? What is our main takeaways and priorities? But as we all gather back into the room and sit down, I would like to also share that this is a special session. You will see at the front here, we have our colleagues from Maldives and United Kingdom. As the very first country to roll out and embark on the early warnings for all national consultations in the region, the chair of this final session today will be Maldives, represented by Ms. Farusha Al Nasir, who is the Director of Emergency Management in NDMA for the Maldives. So she'll be our kind leader today for this final discussion. And with her, we're also privileged to have a vice chair representing all of the countries here that play a very important role in supporting Asia Pacific countries in advancing early warning systems. So from the United Kingdom, we have David Corbelli from the UK Met Office. Ms. Farusha and Mr. David will take on what has been discussed today, really what are the key messages in this room, and they will also have the big task of presenting a summary of these sessions at tomorrow's Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. But I'll leave it more to them to explain what's next. But before we turn to our chair and vice chair, let me present the very last presentation for today, and that's with Mr. Sanjay Srivastava from ESCAP, the Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction, who has the monumental task of summing up everything we have discussed and giving us some food for thought and the main takeaway messages. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate all your patience, commitment, and contribute to this session, because this session is very important for us. We are going to have some key takeaway, which we will be taking tomorrow for the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction session. And what I'm going to do, I'm not going to repeat what has already been told a few hours before. But if I have to recap from Pillar 1 led by UNDRR, some of the key points, those are reflected here. But you know, the knowledge of risk is backbone for all the pillars, pillar 1, 2, 3, 4, anything that you see. The knowledge of risk, its granularity, its precise, it's what is called its accuracy, how dynamic it is, particularly for making it actionable. Everything depends on the knowledge of the risk. So the pillar 1 is rightly the fundamental of early warning for all. But this knowledge of risk generated by many agencies, by many players, but putting the knowledge together in something actionable where a agency or community can act on this, I think that's where the challenge lies. The second part was led by WMO, early warning, especially detection, monitoring, analysis. And one which struck the chord with many of us, Professor Karnavati, she said the authoritative source of detection, observation, monitoring, forecasting has to be country specific. Means you build the capacity of a country who has authority to generate the early warning where actions are taken on ground. In this context, I would just like to highlight, we had a meeting last week with panel on tropical cyclone, 50 years we are going to observe this year. There were many information about the recent cyclone in Arabian Sea from multiple sources. But you know, none of those informations were authoritative. And there was so much what is called the fake news about the cyclone going to reach some part of the western part of India, some part in Pakistan. So, there was a complete chaos by not only by government, but also many agencies who deal with the response agencies. So we need a authoritative voice. And that is where the Common Alert Protocol is so important. So they build the capacity of the country. That's the key, because the trust, accountability of early warning messages lie with the government. That's their fundamental of constitutions of any government in the world you name, protect the life and property of the people. So the third part came from the WMO, ITU, or the dissemination and communication. They're also the multi-channel, people-centered, inclusive, and usable early warning system. I think those are spelled out very clearly. I highlighted the examples of Common Alert Protocol, and those are the something which has been unmet as of now. Common Alert Protocols are just there in only few countries, but this will help, especially to make early warning system more effective. Our last session was, my colleagues are already here, IFRC is so rich discussion. They brought the voices of the community, the voices of community at risk to the table, many advances, particularly in anticipatory actions. So all this has been discussed, you heard. But some specific point which I would like to bring to your attention is, those are the approaches across the pillar. But what happens if you bring everything together from a siloed base articulation to a holistic of early warning for all? Here I would like to share with you one compendium which we really launched at G20 meeting in India. And that was on early warning corporations. Because these are the key. If you take all the four pillars, unless it's built on the cooperation within the government, across the government, regional, international, it doesn't work very effectively. So we have captured some lessons from there. Some are highlighted very well here, including the Common Alert Protocol, many, including ESCAP Tsunami Trust Fund. But what I would like to bring to your attention, specific is ESCAP, a small initiative by member country. Some of our donors are sitting here. Is ESCAP Multi-Donor Trust Fund, or Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness. In today's discussion, you heard hydrometeorological hazards, also heard geophysical hazards, particularly tsunami, to some extent earthquake. In this trust fund, we could able to capture the whole, what we call hazard clusters. I would like to also respond to our dear colleague Eric, his questions on multi-hazard early warning systems. When we were working on trust fund, there are hazard clusters, like geophysical hazard clusters. Earthquake that beyond 7.5 Richter scale triggers tsunami. So if you configure your early warning system along the hazard clusters, one hazard cascades another, the second to third. A rainfall in a mountainous area, if you have an early warning system to monitor rainfall, it triggers landslides. It triggers many other kind of hazards. So you need a hazard clusters to configure multi-hazard early warning system. In case of tsunami, you need an earthquakes, tsunami related observational and monitoring network, and which can contribute to multi-hazard platform. The last point which I would like to bring, especially to focus on, ESCAP perspective. We have a resolution which came at this commission session in May this year. The resolution was ESCAP to support the implementation of UN Secretary General Action Plan on Early Warning for All. We were mindful of the fact there are global leads, there are agencies identified already at, of course, at a global level, regional or country level, state, still it is evolving. But then what is the regional strategy that ESCAP member country has asked us to work, to develop? The regional strategy that has been asked, our analysis highlights very clearly. It will be represented in report, which is going to be launched tomorrow, Asia Pacific Disaster Report. If you look at the early warning information supply chain, the whole supply chain, from the what my colleagues was talking about, from the global and coming down the line at community level. The understanding, the analysis is the architecture of information supply chain is very well established thanks to many agencies worldwide. And then when you take that global architecture and down the line at community level, this critical gap lies when it comes to regional, sub-regional, country, and down the line to the community level. So when you do from a system perspective, you have a very well-established architecture. If I take the example of European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast, some of their examples, I think Ryan's presentation this morning highlighted very well. They have a state-of-the-art modeling system, most sophisticated high-resolution model, but that's a global system. How are you going to take this to someone in Hindu Kush Himalaya in a small pocket? That's where you need many contextualization, the regional, sub-regional, transboundary cooperation. And that is where the regional strategy from ESCAP, what we were thinking about, and we will be discussing tomorrow with our member country. So the regional strategy to support early warning for all will address three important elements. The first element is how it can fill the gap in the global architecture of early warning information supply chain. So that's where the science part comes. Second part, it's going to address partnership, because every sub-region has some partners who are very active. They have their own institutional capacity, domain knowledge, the institutional memory, many things. For example, if we take this to the Hindu Kush Himalaya, there is EC mode, it has its own domain knowledge. Take it to the Typhoon Committee, it has its own domain knowledge. So what could be our partnership strategy? And third, down the line, how we can make it more effective at community level. And then finally, how it could become part of country's sustainable development agenda. Because after all, if you look at from a broader perspective of early warning for all, this is to build a resilient world, to build the sustainable world, and finally, it should contribute to achieving sustainable development goals of the country. So ESCAP regional strategy that I think the whole discussion today, we focused on what could be the the contours of the regional strategy, especially a strategy which is built on the cooperation, a strategy which involves many partners, which involves science and which involves action on the ground. So thank you, Tamili. So these are the few words. I thought I should conclude the discussion here. And this, all the outcome of today will feed into our committee discussion tomorrow, which will help us to get mandate to take the work of ESCAP in partnership with all of you forward, help the country to achieve early warning for all by 2027, which is quite ambitious. Everybody thinks about it. So thank you once again for this.
Thank you, Sanjay. With that, I think we can pass straight to our chairs. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tamili. Thank you, Sanjay. Let me also begin by welcoming you all to this country table on early warning for all in Asia and Pacific. I'm glad to be here with David. Probably we'll try to, with the limited time we have, we try to pull this out by 5, hopefully. So to start the session, I was told to give a brief information on the early warning national consultation process that was held in Maldives. As I mentioned, I was told by the UN colleagues that Maldives was the first country in Asia Pacific to start this initiative formally. So we are very glad and happy about that. Just to begin with the brief, I would like to thank the UNRC of Maldives, Ms. Catherine, for her leadership in prioritizing this initiative as utmost importance among all her work as a UNRC. And the brief that I am going to provide is actually from the compiled report of the relevant partners, which is right now I'm opening a 12 pages long report, but I'll try to take only the key takeaways from the report and present it to you. Maybe that could be helpful for the other countries as well. So how did we do this? To initiate this early warnings for all, we actually started with a high-level meeting, which was held in order to introduce early warnings for all to all the national stakeholders and to identify pillar leads who are going to work with the UN agencies as well, which was paving way towards a national consultation. So we did a mapping of stakeholders to invite for the national consultation. We did a gap analysis of pillars and cross pillars as well. And then we took this one to the two-day national consultation with more than 50 participants, which represented from government ministries, both policy and technical level. There were NGOs, civil societies, local councils, and individuals from different sectors like farming, agriculture, and obviously our UN partner agencies as well. So the discussions were focused on understanding the current situations, need of such an initiative, challenges and opportunities to consider while taking this initiative forward. So the first and foremost, the main key takeaway I would say was actually promoting of a multi-hazard approach. So the early warnings for all should take a multi-hazard approach into consideration, and it should cover a wide range of potential risks and threats. And this should include hydrometeorological as well as geological and other natural hazards as well. Because a comprehensive system can only address the various challenges faced by different regions and communities. The participants also emphasized the need of enhancing various aspects of disaster risk management. This include improving national laws and damage accounting, creating multi-hazard risk maps, addressing knowledge gaps related to early warning systems, infrastructure vulnerabilities as well. They also emphasized the importance of developing and implementing standard procedures through EWS value chain, as well as enhancing the accessibility and utilization of this data to enhance impact-based forecasting. There are other areas that were highlighted by the national stakeholders, which include improving behavioral change through better monitoring of how advisories and early warnings are currently crafted, especially focusing on gender analysis, expanding risk education efforts, and collecting exposure and vulnerability data with special attention to persons with disabilities and the elderly. Participants also stressed the significance of establishing a data sharing policy to facilitate the mutual sharing of weather and climate data with stakeholders. Additionally, they underscored the importance of involving user sectors in the co-design and co-production of tailor-made products to effectively address these specific needs. Also, as you know, I'm sure you would all agree that a success of an early warning initiative hinges actively involving local communities. So it is crucial for people to be well informed about the risks they might encounter, recognize the significance of early warnings, and be equipped with the knowledge to respond effectively. So it is vital to ensure that the warning messages are easily understandable and accessible to all members of the society, taking into consideration vulnerable groups like individuals with disabilities and language barriers as well. So in this regard, participants raised the importance of involving all sectors of society and taking an intersectional approach that reflects on how gender, age, persons with disabilities, and other factors can affect people's ability to anticipate and prepare to mount effective response based on timely, reliable, and action-oriented early warnings and advisories. The other area was on investing in capacity building and training at various levels. So this can actually include training emergency responders, healthcare professionals, educators, and community leaders as well. Again, many disasters and hazardous events transcend national borders. So international collaboration and data sharing can actually enhance early warning capabilities and facilitate a coordinated response to global challenges. Also, through the national consultation, it was understood that bits of pieces that contributes to these initiatives already ongoing within the country. So through effective coordination between stakeholders, strengthening the existing mechanisms rather than starting from scratch is really important. And with that, we know that early warnings for all is just not a standalone initiative. It's an integrated system of ongoing works with different areas like risk information, tracing of hazardous events, impact-based forecasting, and also moving towards disaster preparedness and resilience works of local councils and communities. So after this consultation, there was an agreement that was reached that senior and technical level coordination platforms already operate at national and subnational levels will be leveraged to guide the development and implementation of early warnings for all, a common agenda for the Maldives, including oversight across all 4 pillars and interpillar priorities. Reflecting the principles of inclusion of early warnings for all, representatives will be drawn from national government, local authorities, NGOs, private sectors, for example, telecom partners, academia, civil societies, UN country teams, and representative of community and industry associations as well. So as a last point, just last week, all the pillar leads sit together to discuss a way forward and prioritizing activities. As we understand that there are several activities already ongoing or planned. For instance, we have an ongoing project supported by UN ESCAP about risk mapping and risk information. Also, there is another project about establishing software components through National Emergency Center development. And also, there is another project ongoing on enhancing disaster loss and damage data as well. So while reflecting on short-term and long-term activities, we are working to develop an action plan or maybe a common agenda for early warning for all, covering the period of 2024 to 2027. And we hope that this agenda can inform and drive policy program and project priorities and investment pipelines to achieve the objectives of early warning for all. So based on the analysis of gaps and opportunities, the common agenda can outline most impactful collaborations, interventions, and activities to maximize the effectiveness and impact of end-to-end early warning systems in the Maldives to protect people, services, infrastructure, and vital economic sectors. So basically, I know I was rushing through, but that's a small brief from the Maldives. And what I would like to encourage from this discussion of rollout countries to explore how a regional strategy may be able to be positioned to support your national early warning efforts. So we already have many mechanisms in place. Like as I said, Maldives is a member of and has greatly benefited over the years through regional integrated multi-hazard early warning system RIMES, the panel for tropical cyclones, the Indian Ocean tsunami warning and mitigation systems, for instance. And all countries here could list similar arrangements that support each of the pillars for early warning. So let us use this time to explore how we can communicate, how we can continue to build, expand, reposition, establish these regional mechanisms to be fit for a purpose in ensuring that every person and every critical sector will be covered by multi-hazard warning systems by 2027. So before we open the floor for the rollout countries interventions, David, I would invite David to brief a bit on the regional collaboration supporting the early warning for all initiative. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farusha, and great to hear the outcomes and learnings from your consultation on early warning for all in the Maldives as well. So as Ms. Farusha and Dr. Sanjay have pointed out, this session is about regional mechanisms, assets, cooperation, and how that can support realization of early warning for all for the countries involved. The Asia Pacific region is a region of transboundary hazards, and working together to address these hazards will be critical for our shared preparedness. So this morning in all of the sessions, we've heard about how cooperation, transboundary cooperation can help countries to advance early warning systems through a range of hazards, impacts, sectors. You know, we've talked about ocean tsunami forecasting, tropical cyclones, sand and dust storms, floods and droughts at a variety of different scales and a range of different sectors and end users. So what I would like to remind countries of is that we've got the 8th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction tomorrow. There will be a session on looking at how implementation of early warning for all can be achieved and what the role of regional organisations such as ESCAP, role of sub-regional cooperation, collaboration can do to support national rollout. So hopefully we can get some recommendations from this group that go into the executive plan of action for ESCAP and other stakeholders going forwards. So with that in mind, let me just remind you of the questions that this entire session aims to address: challenges and opportunities for achieving early warning for all in the region. What's the specific added value that regional organisations such as ESCAP can contribute towards successful implementation? How can cooperation, whether it's across countries, sectors and stakeholders, be enabled and catalysed at regional, sub-regional level to support national implementation? What's the role of technology? How can that be leveraged to advance early warnings for all? How can we ensure that the initiative is people-centred and leaves nobody behind? So just please bear in mind those 5 key questions. So in the interest of times, I'd encourage country interventions to perhaps focus on 1 or 2 key questions. Again, please think about your needs at the regional, sub-regional level and how that can support you nationally. And that will enable us to capture and distill those and feed through some clear recommendations to the committee tomorrow. And also for those online, please contribute to the micro board, which I think is open for this session, or I hope it is. So I'll pause there. I'm conscious of time. Ms. Farusha, I think we can now move to inviting the countries to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let me remind you that we have 2 minutes per country. Just to begin with, we'll go in alphabetical order. Let me call out on Bangladesh if there is any representative from Bangladesh who could share their experience. Sorry to interrupt, but I would appreciate if you could identify yourself, maybe by name and everything. Thank you.
So my name is Imam Jafar Shida.
If you would prefer to stand, stand, it's up to you.
Okay, thank you. So as I myself is Imam Jafar Shikdar, Director of Bangladesh Red Crescent Society. So considering the ESCAP journey, especially in Bangladesh, I would like to share a few things like that. The early action protocol in many sectoral in place, because I think that many of you knows that we have a SOP, a strategic plan. We have a partnership with the ministry, and we have a CPP program. Rather than one thing we have, as the audience discussed, like the youth engagement for the early action protocol and reaching out in the community level, early action for all. So I just like to inform you that in Bangladesh, we have a program like Youth Co-Curriculum. For the Red Cross and Red Crescent, we are very much familiar with the Red Crescent volunteerism, youth people. So Ministry of Education, they have acknowledged the Red Cross youth program as a co-curriculum educations. The privilege, 30 seconds only. Okay, so the message of that, the ordinance, that every educational institution has to be a Red Crescent youth volunteers group. So as we claim that Bangladesh is a disaster resilience country, so I think that our CPP program relationship with the government and the other stakeholder, it help us to success in many places. So I would like to I would like to introduce the young people. I would like to recommend that it should be our duty, if we can, to engage the young people in the process. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to hear from Bangladesh experience in upcoming days as well. I was wondering if we have anyone from Cambodia. Please. Sunny just said a big yes, so there should be someone.
Okay, because I did not very connect about this. Okay, for the Cambodia, for the early warning for all, recently in the Red Cross, we are not yet introduced, but however, we are the member of the HOS. So last 2 weeks, the UNOCHA called the member of the HOS, which is composed by the UN, INGO, to introduce the 4 pillars of the early warning for all. And in that time, only the representative from the IO and INGO to attend, but from the government side, we are hardly to see people from the Meteo and also from the Ministry of Water Resources. Okay, I think that's all from Cambodia. As my colleague from the NCDM, they introduced the 1294 and also the prism for the what we call to identify and mapping for the hazard. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. If we can move to Fiji.
Thank you, co-chairs. Allow me briefly to share on the work that Fiji is doing in the early warning space. In Fiji, early warning systems are well established for the hazards that often affect us, such as tropical cyclones and floods, but we struggle to calculate the possibility of a tsunami occurring when the Hunga Tonga Hunga Apai volcano eruption occurred in February last year. This highlights the work that we need to do to ensure a comprehensive and end-to-end early warning system that is cognizant of all the potential hazards and prompts the appropriate actions from those that are at risk. At the onset, in terms of governance issues relating to policy and legislation, the government of Fiji has made provisions for the establishment of the multi-hazard early warning system in its revision of the Natural Disaster Management Act. To address some of the gaps and loopholes we currently have, where operation is heavily on silo and where we need policy drivers to facilitate the integration of early warning systems in our policy space and law and agenda inclusivity so that no one is left behind. We are currently working with our development partners to formulate a roadmap that will enable us to map and clearly define strategies and areas of intervention to enable the establishment of the multi-hazard early warning systems. In terms of the four key pillars of the multi-hazard early warning systems, for Pillar 1, disaster risk knowledge, the Fiji National Disaster Management Office is working on standardizing disaster risk assessment methodologies that will enable the systematic collection, analysis, and dissemination of disaster risk information. We are also working with UN Women to train government officials on how to assess and include gender equality, disability, and social inclusion, or GEDC in acronym, considerations in planning and development processes with the overall objective of identifying and prioritizing measures to lower the vulnerabilities of women, the disabled, and other vulnerable groups. We heard earlier of digital and gender inclusion mentioned by Dr. Atsuko in her presentation earlier, and this bodes well with that initiative that we're doing. For pillars 2 and 3, the Fiji National Disaster Management Office is working in collaboration with the Fiji Met Services and the Mineral Resources Department to fill in gaps and black spot areas for the monitoring of hydrometeorological and geological hazards, and also working on improving forecasting and warning services to communities and sectors that are at risk. For Pillar 4, we continuously working to improve our disaster preparedness, including community-based disaster risk management trainings and emergency response trainings of government officials and all our stakeholders. Just a week ago, we concluded the induction training for the inaugural National Emergency Response Team in Fiji, which is proposed to support disaster response operations, not only in Fiji, but also in our neighboring Pacific Island countries. Fiji's selection as one of the 11 countries for the rollout of the early warning for all initiative is therefore timely and bodes well for the plans we have put in place for the establishment of a multi-hazard early warning system for the country. And I'm happy to mention that our new focal point is our Director of National Disaster Management Office, Ms. Vasiti Soko. Lastly, I'm finishing. The proposed regional strategy to support the implementation of the executive plan on early warnings for all is therefore particularly relevant, and we fully support ESCAP's lead in this regard under ESCAP Resolution 79/1, accelerating climate action in Asia Pacific for sustainable development. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you so much. I hope that it's okay to take extra 5 minutes, considering the importance of hearing from the other countries as well. Yep. So moving on, if we can go with Kiribati. All right. So Kiribati is not here. All right. Moving on to Lao PDR.
It's midnight in the Pacific now.
Excuse me. My name is Bunyong from Lao Lake Coast. Because for the Lao Lake Coast, we don't have the focal point for the early warning system for dissemination or communication belong to the Monterey. But we can come, how to say, when the Lao Lake Coast, we have some the project, we have some activity, small activity. If we get information from Monterey, from how to say, and we methodology, hydrology, when we change the information to the branch in Lao Lake Coast, but for the governments, the Monterey change, right, the official letter change to every ministry, but when the Lao Lake Coast, we have the like a DRR project, conduct the training in community. We invite some facilitator from Monterey to join to mainstreaming. For the other, I don't have any more information also. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm not the government also. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving from beaches to mountains, we would like to hear from Nepal. Is there anyone from, you can see some smiley faces.
Online also.
Yep. Moving on, maybe we could go back to the beach, Samoa. Mountains doesn't want to speak, so we are going back to Samoa. Is there anyone online? No. How about Solomon Islands? Right. How about Tajikistan? Is there anyone from Tajikistan here? Oh. It's unfortunate that we could not hear from most of the countries, but it's not the end. Of course, we can keep on discussing, and we are hoping to hear from these island states on the upcoming days as well. So just for the interest of time, wrapping up the session, I would like to wrap up by saying that from the statements that we heard from different countries, we came to an understanding to know that early warning for all is not actually an option for the countries. Whether you be in the 30 important countries or not, it's not an option, but it's an absolute necessity for all the countries to initiate the early warning for all. It's a powerful tool that can save lives, protect communities, and also minimize the devastating impacts of disasters. So we must invest in acquiring, disseminating, and utilizing disaster risk knowledge, and to build a more resilient future for ourselves and future generations. I would like to give the floor back to Vice Chair for a closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. So I appreciate not all the countries on the list are present at this time, but I'd remind everyone that this is part of an ongoing discussion. We had a useful session on early warning for all at the recent 79th Commission that ESCAP held back in May. That's led to this session, and obviously tomorrow there will be recommendations about how organisations, and in particular ESCAP, can support countries in implementation and realisation going forwards. But just as an observation, listening to some of those countries' comments and interventions, you know, in Bangladesh having a standing operating procedure between the Red Crescent Society and the government, I'm sure there's great learning there for other countries that perhaps do not have those sorts of things established. Those mechanisms and agreements were talked about in the early pillar discussions about the enabling aspects that need to be put in place for early warning for all. Cambodia at a relatively early stage, but that working on the fourth pillar with international and national NGOs, great to get learning from that to inform countries at a similar level. The information from Fiji sounded like you had a lot of relevant areas developed your national policy, your multi-hazard early warning framework under development, and a range of partnerships, and especially your roadmap for multi-hazard early warning, which I'm sure would be of benefit and learning to other nations in the region. So I think there's lots of benefits of continued engagement and sharing, and hopefully, you know, organisations such as ESCAP with the leadership that we've had from Dr. Sanjay and colleagues can continue. So I'll finish there as well and thank everybody for their participation.
Thank you everyone for your participation, and we look forward for the rest of the events at the upcoming days. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Over to you.
Is there any comment or any suggestions that we are missing, we have not covered? With due permission of Chair. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. So thank you. You may like to share us if there are something we have missed out in the discussion. Please do share with us. And last but not the least, we started this regional learning platform. I'm so happy Dr. David is sitting with me in 2019, same committee on disaster risk reduction. We took up many initiatives at a regional level, what is called building the regional capacity. There was the South Asia Climate Outlook Forum, the impact forecasting from seasonal to impact forecasting. So this has a history of getting mandate from the committee session and strengthening regional, sub-regional cooperation. Today, with the backdrop of early warning for all, regional, sub-regional cooperation is the key. You heard the Maldives experiences, how regional cooperation strengthens national capacity, and that is the area we would like to discuss tomorrow committee session. So thank you very much for all your extremely valuable contributions.